And also Rita Acosta. Rita! And Oh, well, she's going to sit down because she's out of breath. But we just wanted to say that we're a new nonprofit. We just started, and this is our very first event. So thank you for coming. We did invite like a dozen different homeless unions. Most everybody wanted to come. Not everybody made it. But we should be seeing more people throughout the day. If you haven't registered yet, please do. There's a shirt out there for you for union members, and a program and a booklet for the National Union of the Homeless from the 80s and 90s. To help us with that, I don't see Dr. Liz. Okay, great. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce Reverend Dr. Liz Theoharis. She is the co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. Yeah.
How's everyone feeling today? It's good to see you all. It's good to be with you all. I was thinking my friend and colleague Pauline, who is just walking in right now, might open us with a song. Is that okay? Awesome.
Hey everyone, so my name is Pauline. I use the pronoun she, her, hers. Are you all ready to sing this morning? Yeah. So I invite you, if you would like to feel free to rise as we sing. We're going to sing a song, and the lyrics are, it was written by John Hancock's Southern Tenant Farmers Union. We adapted the lyrics to go, there are mean things happening in this land. You got it. There are mean things happening in this land. But the movement is going on. You got it. And the movement is growing strong. Because there are mean things happening in this land. You got it. So we're going to sing this. Some of the lyrics change, so we're going to do everything in call and response. How's that piano? Can y'all hear that? Yeah? There are mean things happening in this land. Your turn. Yeah. You got it. There are mean things happening in this land. But the movement's going on, and the movement's growing strong. 'Cause there are mean things happening in this land. There are mean things happening in this land. There go those wealthy billionaires, debt and suffering everywhere. There are mean things happening in this land. There are mean things happening in this land. Healthcare costs are on the rise. The rest of us left to die. Healthcare costs are on the rise. The poor left to die. There are mean things happening in this land. You got it. Oh, there are mean things happening in this land. But the movement's going on, and the movement's growing strong. 'Cause there are mean things happening in this land. In this land, in this land, in this land. There'll be good things happening in this land. Thank you. That's right. You bet. There'll be good things happening in this land. 'Cause when the poor unite, the end of poverty is in sight. And we'll take a deep breath in, because that's what we're doing right now. Deep breath out. And we can think and believe in our hearts, there'll be good things happening in this land. Good things happening in this land. Can you say that? Good things happening in this land. Yeah, good things happening in this land. There'll be good happening in this land. Good things happening in this land. Much love, friends. We're going to sing a lot together today. Do you believe it? Do you believe it? There's going to be good things happening in this land. Because of they are now. Because of the work and the vision and the commitment of the people in this room and the people that are joining us online. And there are people all across the country. So I come here bringing greetings. Greetings from poor and unhoused people, organizers and activists, immigrant families and families fighting for health care all across this world and all across this land. I was in Tennessee yesterday where there were 100, I love that.
No littering. Get out of here. Every month. Hey! No camping on city property! The same people! Yeah, keep her. We told you! What? Get out of here! No respect! No respect for the law! Notice? 72 hours, vacate. You can't be here. I don't care where you go. You can't be here.
Isn't that scene just too familiar? Yeah, let's hear about that a little bit. How are people been experiencing that every day?
Yeah, we have to deal with this every day where we're at. It's the police, they come give us a ticket, a moving ticket. 3 days later, we have to do it again. It's like, it's a chess game that we have to play in the city of San Luis Obispo, which don't like black eyes, and that's what they are, black eyes to them. But we fight and we have hope, and another day comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to share?
So in Sacramento, we don't get notice anymore, even though that's still our legal rights. They're arresting about 800 people a month on anti-camping, and they are coming in and confiscating everybody's belongings. But bigger than that, what we know is when you disrupt our communities, you ultimately give us a death sentence. So we know within 24 hours, we usually lose one person from encampments due to these violent sweeps that take everybody's survival gear and possessions.
Just a couple of days ago, we had an unhoused person who got his housing. He was ready to move in, had all his funding, everything was taken care of, and he passed away, okay? Burned to death in his tent while waiting for his housing. And this is just one example of many of the people that we lose every year through the neglect, the inefficiency of the system, and how the system is designed to make and this is what I see every day, is that people are trying to survive, and they're fighting against the system that just is designed to eliminate them. And most people that are living outdoors live 27 years less than if they had been housed. And there are more empty houses than there are unhoused people. So we need to change that.
Others.
My first year homeless, I had 7 tents confiscated or stolen and 8 suitcases. I was trying to negotiate this while gathering a voucher and staying in Project Room Key, Project Home Key, and getting my first apartment. I'm now firmly ensconced in a 2-bedroom house with a full basement and help others who are coming in off the street to get their housing. It's a Herculean task, getting away with having brushes with the law after being homeless, with lapses in rental history, and with poor credit scores due to having to buy bigger, only what you can carry can you harvest to play for every day. Every day is a chronic food, shelter, housing pursuit. Thank you. From here and then there.
Yeah, I had no idea that this was going to happen right then. And for me being homeless for 12 years, I was triggered big time by that whole scene. I can't tell you how many times I've been swept or arrested for just sleeping in public, and for I like I said, I was just triggered. That really brought me back, and it's like that for everybody out there every day, and we need to change that.
So I just want to say I hear a lot of on the side of hate and haters saying things about homeless people. a lot of blocking of the solutions and almost like justifying why people deserve to be treated the way that they are. And I hear a lot about shifting responsibility and deflecting. And I always like to point out that 63% of the homeless population in California do not use illicit drugs regularly. That's a smaller percent of the population that's the most visible. And so I hear a lot about, trying to justify people getting treated the way that they are because they have issues. And it's a lot of hocus pocus to block solutions. And if we focus on the root causes of homelessness, then we are addressing the fact that the rents are too high, the wages are not matching what's expected people to pay. We're losing healthcare, we're losing services. In Santa Cruz, where I live, we just lost all of our day services. So people have no showers and mail and things like that. We're losing shelter space. And so that right there, it's a tragedy. And as long as we deflect and put the blame on the person that's having the issue, we won't fix the problem. Thank you.
Other responses, other thoughts, other experiences? Yeah.
So I was homeless for 6 years in Sacramento County. I now live in Amador County. It's a very, very small town. They have no resources for homeless, and a good friend of mine is homeless. She was a senior, and they have all they have is 8 beds for shelter. They always are sweeping, and they swept my friend Cindy's stuff, and later that night at 8 p.m. at night, she died because they swept everything from her dog, everything that kept her warm. They refused medical treatment even though she was sick. So sweeping, especially when you live in the higher mountains where it snows, it is deadly. It's murder, and they need to be held accountable, and it's not right.
We do the Sacramento Homeless Union, right? And I'm going to tell you the fight is the same everywhere, right? And so, like, you can't really hold people morally accountable when they have no morals, right? Okay? So we're going in and we're asking people to basically do what's right when they couldn't do what's right if you hand it to them. You know what I mean? So we're out there. It takes an entire community of people, right? And when we all stand up, they lose. But you got to build those networks in your community. You got to be in your community. You got to be out talking with the poor. Yeah. I mean, like, the streets are like breathing to us. We give even when we don't want to give. We give until there's nothing left. And then we go and do it again every single day. So, I mean, it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. And the winds are going to change somehow, right? There's an old saying that, the sun shines on the dog's ass every once in a while, right? So eventually the odds are going to be in our favor, right? Eventually we're going to win, but we just got to keep putting it to them, man. Do the work every day.
That's right. You want to say something? Great.
Yeah, my name's Edward. I'm from Freedom. I'm not union or anything, but I wasn't expecting to come here today. But I guess it's where I'm supposed to be. I'm hearing a lot of stuff. I've been homeless for 27 years, and due to the fact I can't read or write very well, so like all these like programs and welfare, cash assistance and stuff, I've never been able to get that stuff because it drives me crazy going into those offices and trying to do that work. And there's not enough workers out there to go out and help people with those disabilities. Where I stay, like I'd say 90% of the people there have mental illnesses of some sort, and they're having hard time struggling just with that alone, no less with housing and stuff like that. They don't give us no porta potties. They don't do nothing for us, and the cops that they like sit on the outskirts across the street watching us and just waiting for somebody to jaywalk or anything to bust us, to discredit us, and But I really appreciate everybody here and everything everybody does, because it makes a difference for everybody. So, like, I'm proud of you guys, so definitely. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you. I was thinking of one of my favorite quotes of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. This 10th anniversary of the beginning of the Salinas Homeless Union coincides with Martin Luther King Day. And as folks, I think, here have probably heard in the last years of Dr. King's life, he was suggesting what it would be to organize and unite poor people all across the country. He said, "The poor and dispossessed of this nation live in a cruelly and unjust society. They must organize a revolution, not against the lives of their fellow citizens, but against the structures that have let them locked in. The only real revolutionary, people say, is someone who has little or nothing to lose. The poor have little or nothing to lose.
If they can be helped to take action together, they will do so with a freedom
And a power that will be a new and unsettling force in our complacent national life. 800 people will die today from poverty in the richest country to ever exist. Those 800 people weren't called home by God. They were murdered by policies. As we've heard, there is more than enough for everybody in this city, everybody in this state, everybody in this nation, and everybody in this world to live a full and good life. There is no scarcity. There is abandonment amid abundance. There's poverty amid plenty. And since that grant passed ruling, it's now illegal to breathe outside if you don't have a home. But it does not have to be this way. We have the power to change that. And there is no room I would rather be in celebrating the life and legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King on the anniversary of his birth than a room with the powerful people, leaders, unsung saints, heroes and heroines that are this new and unsettling force that must and is going to unsettle an complacent national life that says somehow 1,000% of people can have more wealth than half the world's population. That is not right. That is not just. And that has to change. The first comment about that powerful and very upsetting and disruptive opening. I heard our comrade talk about a black eye. There's a favorite passage. I'm a preacher. And there's a favorite passage I have from the Bible. And it's a story where Jesus talks at first about what it is to pray without. Now, a lot of times when I was unhoused, when I've been organizing amongst folks that are unhoused, there's a lot of people saying, if you just prayed hard enough, or if you had fewer kids, or if you just got 3 or 4 more jobs, couldn't you just lift yourself up by your bootstraps? So I like this story where Jesus is talking about what it really is to pray. And then he goes on to talk about a woman who has lost everything. And she is petitioning someone in power for justice. And this judge, this person in power, this person who has probably come in and taken everything she has, it says in the text that this person, this powerful authority, doesn't give a damn about other human beings and doesn't fear God. And the story goes on, and she comes and keeps on coming and keeps on coming, keeps on organizing, keeps on protesting, keeps on singing, keeps on filing legislation against and filing lawsuits against. And it says in the text that the judge doesn't see the error of his ways. He doesn't all of a sudden have a light switch go on where he's like, oh, I'm going to do the right thing. He says, this woman is going to come and give me a black eye. And I don't want that. And so she, at the end of the story, wins justice. It's not given to her from someone above. It's taken from the bottom up. The National Union of the Homeless is what saved my life 30 years ago. I met other poor and unhoused people, and I learned what it was to organize, to be that new and unsettling force. And we had a number of different sayings and slogans, but my favorite is, you only get what you're organized to take. You only get what you're organized to take. That means that when we come together, when we feed each other, when we sue these city councils, when we challenge the police, when we advocate for health care and good jobs, when we figure out what it is that we are dreaming for and building the power to get, we can win everything. And so I am so thrilled to be here with you all today and to hear and learn the stories and the lessons and the history of people in this community and across this state organizing. I'm wondering, Pauline, are you willing to lead one more song? Can we do Rich Man's House? Okay, so this is a song that some of us wrote while we were on a bus tour traveling across the country. And we had been in lots of churches, lots of different community groups, and we had been in one church in North Carolina where they were singing the spiritual. It was called the Enemy's Camp. And then that night we were at the Highlander Folk School, which was the training ground of the Industrial Union movement, but also of the Civil Rights movement. It's where Rosa Parks was just a couple weeks before she took her stand on the Montgomery bus boycott. And we were sitting around a campfire, and we said, we're going to rewrite the words to the spiritual. And instead of going to the enemy's camp, we're going to go to the rich man's house. We're going to go to the governor's house. We're going to go to the president's house. And we're not just going to take our stuff back. We're going to take back our humanity. We're going to take back our dignity. And we're not going to let any system walk all over us. So I'm thinking folk can probably join in. But we'll see.
Okay. No. Oh, is it on?
Yeah, we're on.
Oh, perfect. Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Going down to the rich man's house. I went down to the rich man's house. I took back what he stole from me.
I took back what he stole from me.
I took back my humanity.
I took back my humanity.
Took back my dignity. And now it's under my feet.
Under my feet.
Under my feet. Under my feet. Under my feet. Ain't gonna let no system walk all over me. Well, I went down to the rich man's house. Yeah. And I took back what they stole from me. I took back my dignity. I took back my humanity. Well, I went down to the rich man's house. And I took back what they stole from me. I took back my dignity. I took back my humanity. And now it's under my feet. Under my feet. Under my feet. Under my feet. It's under my feet. Under my feet. Under my feet. Ain't gonna let no system walk all over me. Walk all over me. Well, let's put it all together. Well, down to the rich man's house, and I took back what he stole from me. I took back my dignity. I took back my humanity. Well, I went down to the rich man's house, and I took back what he stole from me. I took back my dignity. I took back my humanity. And now it's under my feet. And now it's under my feet. 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 Ain't gonna let no system walk all over me. Let's sing that line one more time because I love that line. Ain't gonna let no system walk all over me. I like it. Now where else are we gonna go? We're going to Salinas house. Where do you want to go? Governor's house. Well, I went down to the governor's house. And I took back what he stole. I took back my dignity. I took back my humanity. Well, I went down to the governor's house. And I took back what he stole. I took back. Now it's under my feet. 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 Ain't gonna let no system walk all over me. Ain't gonna let no system walk all over me. I like it. Where are we going next? Police department. The police department. Well, I went down to the police department and I took back what they stole. I took back. You got it. I took back. Well, I went down to the police department and I took back what they stole. I took back. I took back. And now it's under my feet. Under my feet. Now, under my feet. Ain't no system walk over me. Ain't gonna let no system walk over
Uncomfortable pause. Wow, that was pretty energizing, right? I definitely love going to church sometimes. And this is one church I really enjoy. If there was a church to go to, Freedom Church of the Poor is the one for me. So next, now that we've gotten kind of energized through that, we're going to try to talk about the original National Union of Homeless, so the 80s and 90s, which is going to include Dr. Savina Martin, Doc Martin, who just got her doctorate, Willie Baptist, Anthony Prince, and Kristen Colangelo. So hopefully we can get folks on stage and on Zoom. And thank you all for bearing with us at my very first event. But H.U.G.S has actually been around since 2012. Just want to let you know that. So I want to... Love you too, man. Beautiful.
I fell down once. I don't want to fall down again.
I won't trip you this time.
Well, then, we got two.
You can turn off the stream now on your YouTube. You can mute it. Okay, turn off this. You can turn it on.
Can you hear me? You can't hear me?
We can.
Can you hear me?
So,
you can't hear me?
It's because his speakers are picking back up the same thing. I think he's watching the stream maybe, and
you want me to? I can call him.
Yeah, so I think his speakers are picking it up off, or his mic's picking up off his speakers and feeding it back into the room.
Who's calling? Hello, my friend. So the live feed is playing in the background on your computer. Can you shut down the live feed while you're live? Or just turn it off? Just turn YouTube off. I think, is it off?
That's the thing that we, yeah. Here, hold on. His audio.
Is that better? I think he turned it off.
15? Here.
While we're waiting for Willie, can I ask, when I first met Ms. Theoharis, she's about 17 years old, and some of you see her again, both a little bit older then. Can we get another round of applause for her? Musical accompaniment that we heard as well, because like Dr. King said, only in the darkness can you see the stars. When you know about the darkness,
ready for you. Can you do a sound?
Can you hear me now? Okay. All right. So
Speaker.
want me to
Hold the mic up to the speaker.
It is held up to the speaker. All right, Willie, we got you.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Willie Baptist, Life of Baptist Church. I've been poor all my life and lived on the streets of Philadelphia homeless, and was part of the national organizing drive of the National Union of Homeless when we started in the 80s on into the 90s. And I had the good fortune to organize alongside some very creative and very brave organizers. Chris Rowe was the lead organizer and was the first president of the National Union of Homeless. I worked alongside of Leona Smith, who took Chris's place as the president of the National Union of Homeless, and also Ron Casanova, we worked very closely, along with a number of other people. Reverend Liz was involved in that period. Kristen, Tony, they were all part of that organizing drive. I know, I thought I seen others that was there. At any rate, I'm happy to be here and happy for you guys to listen to me, to say that I'm proudly a member of the National Union of Homeless, and I think that we all know right now the problems that are ailing the society. This is a big problem, and we need a big solution. And that solution should involve three things. One, organization. Two, organization. Three, organization. And the slogan that you have at the front of the room is absolutely correct. We learned this. You only get what you organize to take. Freedom is not free. Ain't nobody gonna give you anything. If they give you anything, they can take it away if you're not organized. And we learned this in all the organizing that we done during the 80s and 90s and on today. We're still learning that you can't do anything by yourself. You gotta organize with other folks who are dealing with the same problem that you're dealing with. And we're dealing with the problem of poverty in the midst of plenty. And homelessness is at the very cutting edge of that problem. It is at the very bottom of the struggles of the poor. In organizing during the 80s, we was able to establish for the first time in the history of this country a national union of the homeless. We was able to carry out synchronized housing takeovers throughout the country and was able to attain major concessions in terms of multi-million-dollar housing programs, the right to vote. We was able to accomplish that in many cities, a number of cities. We won a lot of court cases, but it was due to us being organized. And the celebration of Salinas Homeless Union in its existence for the last 10 years is a very important occasion, because it's again reaffirmed that if we're going to solve this big problem of poverty and homelessness, we've got to organize. Now, in establishing the National Union of Homeless, we was able to do again what has never been done before in this country, and we today are committed to reestablish the homeless union throughout every major region of this country and to hook up with homeless folks throughout the world. We have a sister and brother relationship with Abba Hali, which is a homeless organization out of South Africa. They've grown since 2005 from 200 members to 180,000 members there in South Africa, and they have somewhere close to over 80 encampments that they've established throughout South Africa, and they are a force to be reckoned with in South Africa. We have a working relationship with those brothers and sisters. We're learning from them, and they're getting encouragement and support from us. Very important development. We organize in some 25 states. We organize 25 locals in 25 states. We have at our height anywhere between 25,000 to 35,000 members. This is homeless men and women organizing themselves. Now, of course, they don't say nothing that's about in the news. They got us blacked out. They never show those images of us fighting as men and women and our children, fighting for a better life, not only for ourselves, but for the whole country. Because like I said earlier, homelessness is at the very cutting edge of poverty in this country. And if we move, it's going to be a tremendous inspiration and a tremendous spark for the organization of the poor, the growing ranks of the poor throughout this country, in the richest country in the world. I think the thing that I learned, and I want to really underscore on this occasion of the 10th anniversary of the Salinas Homeless Union, is that homeless and poor folks can think for themselves, they can speak for themselves, they can fight for themselves, they can organize themselves, and they can lead not only themselves, they can lead the nation. There is a rich reservoir of geniuses and unsung saints, as Reverend Liz pointed out, among the ranks of the poor and homeless. And despite all the stereotypes that are out there, to survive poverty, to survive homelessness, means you got to be able to, it's hard work. It's work you got to think about. You got to figure out on a day-to-day basis how to get in and out of the problem and get in and out of the day. You can't do that with being stupid. And the homeless organizers and leaders that we was able to bring together to help form the Homeless Union in the 80s and 90s, they were unsung saints and geniuses. One of the things that I think that history has taught us, and I'll stop here, and I think this is what we need to really be educated around, is that never in the history of oppression and of poverty has a dumb force in history, all the way back to the Roman Empire, never before have a dumb force ever defeated a smart force. Never. Never. That if we're going to outfight the people that this system and the people that uphold this system, we're going to have to outsmart them. And that means organizing. It's got to be about raising political consciousness of our brothers and sisters in this fight, so we can stick and stay the course to this problem is abolished and ended in the richest country in the world. When we talk about solving this problem, we gotta solve it from the bottom up. We can't think about solving it and wait for it to be solved from the top down or from the middle up. It's gotta be solved from the very bottom. And homelessness is at the very bottom of this problem. So our movement is not just a movement that concerns just a few people that we work with, but it's about the salvation of the entire nation. And again, I just want to congratulate the Salinas Homeless Union. Thank you for having me, and I'm so privileged to work with you brothers and sisters in this just struggle that we're waging today. So thanks for listening.
Am I on? No? Yeah? Can you hear me? No. I'm going to steal Willie's mic. How about that? Can you hear me now? Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Hi, my name is Kristen Colangelo, she, her pronouns. I'm from right outside of Philadelphia. Willie talked about coming up in Philadelphia. That's where I met Liz and Willie and many other folks. I'm really honored to be here. I'm with the National Union of the Homeless and the Philly Homeless Union. I often like to start any gathering with calling people into the room. We have a lot of amazing leaders in California, many of them fighting battles as we speak that could not be here today because they are on the front lines, putting their souls and their bodies in front and, to protect people that are being, going through exactly what we saw and couldn't be in the room today. So I just want to read from the beautiful artwork you will see later, the names of the California unions. And please, I'm an East Coast girl, born and raised, so if I mispronounce any of these cities, you kick me under the table, help me out. Berkeley,
Chico Paradise, El Centro Imperial County, Fremont, Fresno, Inland Imperial, Marin County, Novato, San Rafael, Sausalito, Marysville, Monterey County, Salinas, woohoo, 10 years, Oakland, Oroville, Redding, St. Louis Obispo, Sacramento, Santa Clara County, Gilroy, San Jose, San Diego, Santa Cruz, Vallejo, Ventura County, Yuba City. And I just want to say, this started 10 years ago in Salinas with a waging a battle against the loss of jobs that rendered people homeless. Just like in the 80s, we are still fighting that same battle. Where you lose a job in this country, you lose everything. You lose health care, right? You lose food, you lose housing, and it's a battle that we continue to fight. That is not a society that we believe in. That is not a society that we want to continue. The second thing I do love to do is to ground us in the mission statement of the National Union of the Homeless. And I did come up in the original Homeless Union as a young person with my mom, my beautiful mother. And the mission has changed over time because we have grown. Our clarity, our understanding of the problem has grown. And this is the mission of today. The heart and soul of the National Union of the Homeless is to commit our lives to ending homelessness, ending homelessness and poverty, and to work tirelessly for the human right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, for social and economic justice for all. We dedicate ourselves to raising the awareness of our sisters and brothers, to planning a sustained struggle, to building an organization that can obtain freedom through revolutionary perseverance. And everyone in this room proves every day that you have revolutionary perseverance. We pledge to deepen our personal commitment to end all forms of exploitation, racism, sexism, and abuse. True solidarity demands that we create not only the new society, but also the new human being. Can I just hear voices of people who are ready to uphold and will continue to uphold that mission? Yes. Yes. So I just want to say this started out in 2016 in California. For those of us who don't live in California, we hear, we pray, we think about you all every day. The state that is hit the hardest, the most deadly on a daily basis. And I bring to you from the rest of the country love, prayer, and solidarity. I'm very honored to be part of the reestablishment of the National Union of the Homeless, which after Salinas started kicking ass in 2016, we started to come together nationally, some folks that came out of the original and some new leaders. And in 2019, at a gathering of the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival in DC at the Congress, the National Congress, we established a committee to reestablish the National Union of the Homeless. And in 2020, April of 2020, we did formally reestablish. So that started here. And the original Homeless Union also has its roots in California and Philadelphia and other East Coast. So the East and West Coast, being hit in different ways, have always come together around this battle and will continue to come together around this battle. My role, I have a few roles. When you first start out, you get to do lots of things until you replicate yourself. So that's really my job, is to just replicate myself every day. And one of the things I have the honor to do is be the organizational secretary. And that was a role that Ron Casanova held, so I hold that deeply in my heart. We just posthumously, the Freedom Church of the Poor, Reverend Liz, and her team posthumously commissioned him as a Freedom Church minister. Very powerful. That was part of the Winter Offensive. And part of that role is to gather history and to gather our archive and to gather our lessons, both past and current. I've had the honor to be on the road this week with Annie Powers, who is doing a deep dive, if you want to raise, a deep dive. I'm an organizer with Unos de Vecinos and LA Tenant Union out of LA. So just taking me on a tour to do some of that work. I also have the honor to be what we call the membership director. And that basically upholds one of the 3 prongs of how we, when we reestablished, said we would build this union. One was, and this comes again out of California, and Anthony Prince is nothing more than a working class hero when it comes to using the courts to give a big middle finger to the system, right? Revolutionary lawyering every single day. That's the first prong. The second, I know that Reverend Dr. Savina Martin has just had a significant loss in her community, her revolutionary community, and couldn't be with us today. But she is leading our clergy council and how we build in faith communities. And then the other is to build strong locals. And with national organizing with Anthony, I get the honor to go around and to be with people and talk about leadership and union development. So I bring here today love again and prayer from Chicago, from Colorado Springs, from all across 5 places in Pennsylvania, 4 places in New York State, Atlanta, Florida. I'm trying to think of all the different places. Philadelphia, obviously, because that's right. Philly Union, and many, many other places. New York City, Albany, and Indiana, Ohio, just across the country. And we get calls every day. We actually can't keep up with all the interest in what is going on, and a lot of that is coming out of here. You will see these poster boards that Anthony put up. I mean, he has binders of the stories that are going about of the work going on in California, and that's just California, right? So people are seeing this, and they're flooding they're flooding our emails and our Facebook and our Instagrams to get in touch with us. So it's been a real honor to be able to just talk to people across the country and talk about what we're doing and connect them from California to Denver to Ohio, all the way to Philly to Boston to Vermont. And I just want to say that, I was in the original homeless union as a National Union of the Homeless as a teen. That was a time that was really, really hard to be a young person. I know with my kids, it's very hard now too. But we were coming up in a time when healthcare and housing were being attacked on a lot of different fronts. My dad worked in the labs that isolated HIV, and my mom was on the street organizing with the homeless union. So it was a time of a lot of anger. I mean, I was a really angry little punk rock girl who just wanted to burn shit to the ground, stomp on them with the Doc Martens, and it was a bad time. And Doc Martin, who couldn't be here, the real Doc Martin, right? And being around my mom and being around the leaders that I was so honored. I feel like it was very divine that I was brought back to Philadelphia and met the leaders of that time. That analysis that my mother and I both got, but really with my experience, the analysis, the understanding that in the richest country in the world, where we have more empty houses than people who need them, I think it's up to 18 or 24, it depends on which newspaper you're reading, empty houses for every person, that I should not have had to run from a dangerous situation to my car, that I should not have had to do the things I had to do to secure housing in the richest country in the world. And that understanding that it was a societal failure, decisions and political will to not guarantee our human right to housing and health care was a system that was failing me and everyone that I was coming in contact with on the streets. And if not for that analysis, I wouldn't be here. Reverend Liz said that the union saved her life. It absolutely saved my life. I would not be here without that understanding that I didn't fail. I faced homelessness as a mom. And for all the parents in here, the heartbreak and the message of that and how that can eat you up. And if not for the homeless union and understanding the societal failure, I would not be here. The reestablishment of the National Union of the Homeless doesn't mean that after the demise, we stopped fighting. We just went to different fronts and fought on different fronts. We went into national welfare rights. We went into food insecurity fights, right? We went into healthcare fights. The cuts on Medicaid and SNAP, while the very few billionaires increased their wealth by almost $700 billion, while they're cutting SNAP and they're cutting Medicaid, right? That's a sinful, sinful situation. To reestablish during this time means to fight that system. To have revolutionary perseverance means to stick and stay while we're getting our asses kicked. Because y'all, we're getting our asses kicked. That's why we're organizing. It's not just revolutionary, right, lawyering. It's not just takeovers. It's not just preventing sweeps. It's, are we building power while we're doing it? Are we building organization while we're doing that? And when I look out into this room and I see the numbers of locals in California, I say, hell yes, we are. Can y'all say yes, we are? Yes, we are absolutely building organization. And if you look at this banner, it's on the back of every national t-shirt and hoodie. You only get what you're organized to take. I want to bring a couple and close out with just a couple of the original slogans. And one of them, homeless, not helpless. And Willie said, that was a slogan that said, it took our identity. The word homeless came from ruling class media. We didn't make up that word. But we took it and we said homeless because of what's going on in society, but certainly not helpless. We can speak for ourselves. We don't need your corporate media to tell our story, right? They wrote things like Union of Bums, and we said homeless, not helpless. We will fight for ourselves and we will organize. The second originally was you're only one paycheck away from homelessness, and has evolved with that fight in the 80s with the rise of HIV and other health epidemics. One healthcare and paycheck away. One healthcare crisis away from homelessness. Healthcare crises are one of the top reasons people become homeless today. Right? And what that speaks to is that we are built on an economic system that makes you earn your very right to eat. It makes you earn your very right to have a house, right? To have heat, to have water. And if you lose your access to that, you are one paycheck or healthcare crisis away from homelessness. Again, not a system that we want to continue and we will fight against. And this last one, you only get what you're organized to take. Freedom isn't free. Bringing from the original National Union of the Homeless, the President Chris, freedom isn't free. Anything they give us, they can take away. And they have shown that through concessions and co-optation of breaking up our leadership. We gotta be clear, y'all. I'm not saying we're not going to take a concession, right? I'm not saying that we're not going to maybe take a job here and there, but we got to be clear on why we're doing it and what we're doing so we can stick and stay, right? Freedom isn't free. Anything they give us, they can take away. You only get and keep what you're organized to take. We have a very famous movie that came out of broken promises to the original union when they went to the housing march and met with the housing department and were promised a certain percentage of housing, and then it was given to nonprofits. That was a chapter my mom and I were in, Maryland, Virginia chapter. That chapter was destroyed after that. In the movie Takeover, people get really inspired, right? And they're like, let's go take over some shit, right? But we want to build organization and power and community so that it's not just to take, man, it's to keep. And these sweeps show that we are up against a very sophisticated, very resourced, and let's be clear, very organized system. So we come together from California to the Midwest, to the South, the Appalachian region, the Northeast, and we come together in one union, in one mission to end. Remember, it said end. We're not about managing it. We're not about making it look pretty. We're not making it more humane. End this, right? Together. And we can only do that together. So I am so humbled and honored to be here with you all today. And when I go back to the East Coast, you know, bring these lessons. I'm going to take a lot of notes today. I know we're going to hear from a lot of you, and I honestly cannot wait to hear about what's going on in California, and just to say thank you and solidarity forever, y'all.
Well, thank you, Kristen. And I'm going to keep my remarks very short. We want to get as quickly as we can to hearing from the reports from our local unions here. But I want to say, first of all, how good it feels to be back in Salinas. We were here at that rebirth of the National Union. And I will tell you, in reflecting back on what we did here in Salinas, actually, it's not just that Salinas planted the seed for growing the union throughout California and providing the basis to set up and reestablish the National Union. It's that everything we did here, there's a lesson right here in Salinas. You could have an entire conference on what happened here in Salinas, analyzing it, you know, how we were betrayed at a certain point, how we were able to successfully change the narrative, not through talking only, but through action, through activity. We were able to show how the promises and misleadership of the homeless industrial complex, with Jill Allen out there in the street promising housing for everybody while we were out there fighting and organizing. You guys remember that. And we were the ones that were able to change the entire perception of what was happening. And these big shot lawyers came down here, and they were going to help us out with all their resources, and they knew better than we did, and they couldn't wait to get out of Chinatown. I remember that. And we finally had to say, looks like your trajectory and our trajectory is not necessarily the same, because we're not just looking to make things a little bit better. We're looking to end homelessness. That's what we're about. And we have created the wealth. We have created everything you see around you. We built. We are part of the working class. And we're sick and tired of this misrepresentation of the homeless in this country. Because who built these buildings out here? Who harvests those fields? And now they're homeless because technology has taken their job, or they've been sick because they were poisoned by the pesticides and can't work anymore, and they lose their housing, and now they're homeless. And it's to be forgotten that they created all the wealth for Driscoll and created all the wealth for all these corporations. You guys know what I'm talking about here? We are part of a broad movement, historically and currently, and we're changing the narrative by what we do and by what we say. I think there's three things I want to say about the old union, because I love talking about the past, but we're living in the present. And the value of talking about what happened before is so you can learn and move on. And we're creating our own body of experience now. In the last 10 years, we're creating our own body of experience. We're making our mistakes. We're having victories and we're having defeats. You know what we're doing? We're learning how to fight, and we're getting pretty good at it, in my opinion. Do you guys agree with me? I'll tell you right now, I'm looking around this room. I'm looking around this room, and I know intimately the battles that we've been involved with. I know that what we've been able to do. I know in Sacramento, we saved thousands of lives. You know how? Because during the COVID-19 crisis, when they were refusing to come to the assistance, they wanted to break up those encampments and put people at increased risk of a deadly pandemic. We said no. And we were able to push ourselves into the court system and get orders and organize in those encampments and stop the city from breaking up those encampments during COVID-19. We saved lives. And then when it was extreme heat and people were dying into a heat wave with 110 degrees day after day after day, and the city was taking people out of the shaded areas, out from under the overpasses, out from under where they had some trees in the park, and pushing them right into the path of that deadly heat wave, we said no, and we organized, and we fought in the streets, and we fought in the camps, and we fought in the courts, and we won. And we saved lives while across the country, people were dying, homeless people were dying in them heat waves. Here we were able to save lives. Am I right about this? I'm telling you, we should feel good. And that's the continuum, I think, of what Kristen's talking about, what we did 35 years ago. So the seeds were planted here, and I have to say to Wes and to the Monterey County chapter of the NAACP, thank you. Thank you so much for organizing this. Wes almost single-handedly. Wes White, I mean, I don't know what to say about this guy. I don't know what to say. I mean, you know, like Wes, you know, he's like a tornado, you know what I'm trying to say? And so sometimes a tornado can be a little destructive. We got to say, hey, Wes, you know, okay, let's talk some more about it, Wes. But you know what Wes done and what Rita did? We call them the Johnny Appleseed and the Juanita Appleseed of the Homeless Union, because they weren't content to stay here in Salinas, and they went to Marysville. And I got a call one night, hey, come up to Marysville. Oh, we're going to be over here next, and then we're going to go down south here, and then we're going to go somewhere else. And had a big old bundle of T-shirts, and he had his camera. The Martin Scorsese of the Homeless Union movement, Wes White, stringing together all these raggedy little cell phone videos, and then he put them together. I don't know if you guys have seen it. 22 minutes. He strung them all together in a beautiful documentary about what we've done out here. All that is what links us to the past. So the past informs what we're doing. And that's the thing I want to say. Three things. Confidence. We were bold. We were audacious at the National March for Housing Now in October of 1989. And the organizers, we had 250,000 people marching. And then we got up on this stage, and they wouldn't let us talk from that stage because 400 of us had walked all the way down from New England, walked and camped out at Anacostia Flats there in Washington, D.C. And they didn't want Ron Casanova to talk, and they didn't want Leona to talk. And you know what we did? Watch the movie. We pushed down the barricades. That's what we did. We pushed down that little fence they had in front that said, we're speaking whether you like it or not. And you know what happened in California? 3 years ago at the California League of Cities meeting, when they wouldn't let us have 5 minutes, we asked for 5 minutes. They wouldn't give us 5 minutes. We just invaded the place. Crystal, where are you? We invaded the California League of Cities. That's what we did. We pushed our way in. We pushed our way in, and we took 20 minutes. And we had 5 different people address that thing. That's what happened. And then when we stepped outside afterwards, 15 people came out of that conference and said, hey, we're from this small town here, and this League of Cities ain't doing nothing for us. They won't give us any assistance at all. It's all going to these big 501c3s up in these big cities. So we've built the power that Kristen was talking about. So confidence and courage. You don't learn courage. When I was a kid, you learned courage, supposedly learn courage, by reading books. A boy runs in a burning building and saves everybody. A dog jumps across and saves the master. And even true stories of courage, like these little children down there in Little Rock, Arkansas, who braved violence to march themselves into Central High School. You know what I'm trying to say? There are true stories of that type of courage, and they can be inspiring. But they can also have the effect of saying, oh, geez, I wish I could do something like that. I can't do something like that. That's great, but I can't do that. So you have to learn courage by performing a courageous act. You know what I'm trying to say? You have to do something that takes courage. If it's just admitting to something that you're kind of scared to admit to, or getting up and talking in front of a group of people for the first time in your life, and you're stuttering and stammering and can't remember what the hell you're talking about. Look at Alicia over there. Can you believe this woman ever stuttered and stammered and didn't know what to say? But the point I'm trying to make is that we're getting our courage. Am I right about that? And we saw this thing here, these cowardly cops. Cowards. I wonder how tough if they tried something like this in some of the places we've organized. They're going to run into Robbie Powelson. They're going to run into Jason Saris. They're going to run into Alicia Cool. They're going to run into the people in San Luis Obispo. We're learning how to fight, and you don't learn how to fight unless you get knocked down a few times. You don't learn how to fight if you don't study the fight films, if you don't study what happened here, what we did right, what we did wrong. And you got to be honest about it. You can't just go from fight to fight to fight without learning about what you did. And so you're better prepared next time. Make detailed preparations for battle, because this is a battle. This is a war. So I think that courage and confidence is key. And we're showing it, and we need to instill that in all the new members and all the new officers that we're going to bring into the union. Second thing is, you can't build this union by standing on the outside talking about it. The homeless union, the original homeless union was born in battle. And that battle was in the shelters where we were being mistreated, where homeless people were their dignity was being robbed. You know, it was in Tompkins Square Park where the homeless that Ron Casanova had organized had set up an encampment. And in come the police, beating and terrorizing people. That union, our original union, was born in battle, and we've been reborn in battle. You cannot build something that is going to take on a system that is causing all this misery unless you are prepared, unless you are in the midst of that battle. But you can't be in the midst of the battle and not appreciate the need for leadership in that battle. Because a lot of people fight every day for survival, or at an encampment, or in a shelter. But you have to have leadership. You have to know not just to go fast, but in what direction you're going. Because you can go as fast as you want, but if you're going in the wrong direction, you're getting further and further away from where you got to be. You understand what I'm saying? All right. Last thing I'll say, because this is a serious fight. It's a serious thing we're doing here. And it's not easy, and we're in it for the long haul. That everything you do has consequences, and everything you don't do has consequences. And I'm very proud of our national union and what we did. And it's true what Kristen said, that we, all of us, the core of leaders, has continued to fight these battles. But the union did go into demise. The union was not able to sustain itself. We lost the National Union of the Homeless for a variety of reasons. The crack epidemic, we didn't see it coming, but we have a similar thing right now with this chemical warfare. Am I right? We got a mayor in Lancaster, California, who came out publicly and said, why don't they just give fentanyl to all these homeless people so we can get rid of them? This is an elected official who's supposed to oversee a California city, essentially calling on people to destroy an entire class of California residents. So what I'm trying to say here is that when we went into demise, what filled up that vacuum? You know what I'm saying? What came in after we weren't there anymore? That's why we have a homeless industrial complex in large measure. It's not a question of we were at fault, and sometimes you don't see things coming, but you're gonna, whatever happens is gonna bring a consequence, and whatever you do is gonna have an impact. And so I think the question of being self-critical, I think the need to pay close attention to what's going on. You know what I'm trying to say? And not just disregard what's going on around us, because you'll see dangers, but you'll also see opportunities. You'll also see opportunities. And I'll close with this. On that, what Kristen said, some of the people who wanted to be here can't be here. Some of those people in a little town in Northern California called Sebastopol, California. And we got contacted because we had people in our fight in Marin County, at the Marin County Homeward Bound Shelter, where we had a strike, a successful strike, and stopped the program that was forcing the homeless residents of the shelter to pay a fee, a program fee. We stopped them. So one of the people in that battle contacted us and said, look, we got something going on in Sebastopol. I think his mother lives in this apartment complex. And they're trying to kick them all out because they got a loan, and they were supposed to put the housing for farm workers. But they didn't do that. They just said, well, forget that. We're just going to rent out to people right away. And they filled the place up with low-income, single mothers, and retired people and people with disabilities. And now, when the government said, wait a minute, you were supposed to take that money and prioritize farm workers, we're going to kick you out. So now they want to set it up where the farm workers are against the people that are in the apartment now, right? We don't care about you. That was for us. We're coming in. And then they want the people in the apartment to say, well, that's your problem. We're here and we ain't going nowhere. But you know what we've done? Because they invited us in, they have unified these two fronts of struggle. You're not going to separate people who are farm workers who don't have any housing against us who have some housing, who are now at the risk of losing that housing. We're going to fight a battle together. So what I'm trying to say is you pay attention. Pay attention to the opportunities that come up, and pay attention to the dangers that are out there as well. That's all I got to say. So thanks so much for having us, and let's go on to the next part of the program.
Hello? Hello? Testing? Testing? It's on.
It's on? All right. Yeah.
For liberation. We are a new unsettling force. And we are powerful.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Yeah. Okay, so it has fallen to me to introduce our next speaker. And let me just say that Rita Acosta, as I said before, was one of these forces there. If you look at those posters, hey, isn't that Rita? Hey, isn't that Rita over there? Ain't that Rita over there? And Rita has traveled the length and breadth of the state. She's traveled across the country when we had our officers training school. And she is the inspiration. And I'll tell you one thing, she is a force to be reckoned with in the city of Salinas. I don't care if
not just because it's Rita Acosta, but because Rita is so connected to the unhoused and the working class community here in Salinas. She advocates for everybody, for justice for everybody. And she's written a book with the story of her life, and she's going to talk about that. So it's my pleasure to bring up my sister and my friend and one of our outstanding leaders of the union, Rita Acosta. You want to get up there?
Can you go right here?
What's that?
Can you sit right here?
You can sit right there, yeah. Where's the ramp for you?
Hello, everybody. Hi. Wanted me to speak about Make a Difference. That's our community book from Chinatown. The community working together. I got there in 2012, and it was trying to catch my breath. So I got to Chinatown in 2012, and I went to go stay at the women's shelter, but they wouldn't let me stay there because I had my 2 chihuahuas with me. So I seen somebody that I knew, and they told me to pitch a tent. Everybody else was doing it, so I did. During the daytime, it was okay because we were able to use the restroom inside the services that they had there, but in the nighttime, that got a little difficult. You know, we needed someplace to go to the restroom, and I would ask, where does everybody go to the restroom in the nighttime? And they're like, well, you know, the bucket. And I was like, wow. I would try to go to the businesses that would allow us to go use the restroom, so I try to go in the nighttime, and early in the morning, I would go use it because I really tried not to use that bucket. I was like, I can't do this, I can't. But I had to. I mean, sooner or later, you got to. I was like, I'm officially broken now, you know. But I didn't realize how our city treated people, and I didn't know the homeless community went through everything that they did, like with the sweeps and stuff and using the property. When I was married and had my own place, my aunt stayed with me, and she always came to Chinatown, and I didn't understand why. And I always would tell her, what is out there that keeps bringing you back over here? Well, I got it. I didn't want to be a burden on my kids, so I went to Chinatown. They didn't know I was there. And I'm still, I guess the same reason my aunt went, because she didn't want to be a burden on me and my husband, you know. But, so, while I was there, you know, we didn't have anywhere to use the restroom. I was camping like everybody else. They're taking our things away. Then one of my friends came around doing a survey for the restrooms. Where do we use the restroom at and everything. So come to a meeting over at CSUMB. We're going to be meeting there, you know, with Zeph Pollock and Bill Black. I was like, okay, I'll go. So that's how I really got started speaking at city council meetings and stuff. Bill Black and Zeph Pollock told me, you know, you go to City Hall and let them know what's going on here and how you feel about it, what you don't like, and what people need. I'm like, okay, so Bill Black sent me off. We went to a city council meeting, and I liked the fact that I was able to talk, and they couldn't say anything back. So I was like, okay, I think you just created a monster here, you know, because now I made sure we were there every Tuesday. When they had something to say, we were there. And I try to let people know, even now, it's very, very important that when city council meetings are going, that somebody from the homeless community should be there. And I hate to say homeless community, because in each city, it's only really one community. There's not a homeless community and a community. So I like to say, you know, residents who live in tents, you know, because we're still part of our community, no matter how the homeless community, that sounds so ugly, you know, because we're just one community wherever we live. So my book is about our community in Chinatown working together to make that difference that we needed there in Chinatown. So they did a sweep I claimed a piece of property. Irene Chavez here was with our group at the same time. We put out, I made like a renter agreement for people who wanted to be on our campsite. What you can do, what you couldn't do. We made sure everybody had all their property inside their tent, nothing outside, so they couldn't have an excuse to come and have a sweep, you know. So we did that. We were out there for 11 months. We also did the Flush program with CSUMB with Deb Pollock. I was co-chair with that. We got the very first porta potty in Chinatown. We were really happy with that, huh, Irene? Because we needed that, especially women, you know. Everybody needs a restroom, but mostly women on that personal time of the month, you know. Yeah, really bad. But there's we felt really good too because we know there's Dorothy's Kitchen there, and the lady that runs that program, she also wrote a book, and in her book she said, "I tried to get a porta potty for Chinatown with no success." I was like, "Wow, it made us the community that really needed it. We brought it, even though the city came to take it from us. We carried it and took it to another piece of property so we could keep it." And I told the residents out here we were going to get it. We got it. There's no way we're going to let them take it. So we moved it to another area where we were able to keep it, you know. But it worked. We were we called it Tents by the Garden due to the fact that we were by the garden, you know. So, you know, made sense, Tents by the Garden.
We were Tents by the Garden. We were organized tents, and they would there was a lot of homeless people out there, but the ones in Tents by the Garden, we were all a community. We all cooked together. We all shared together, and we were out there for like 11 months until they came and told us we had to leave. From there, we moved to Sherwood Park. And from there, we were residents for how long? Sherwood Park? Oh, yeah, it was El Dorado. But then from Sherwood, it was how long we stayed out there? Until 2019. 2019, where the rodeo was going to be here. So they made us move, get out of the Sherwood Park area. And from there, we started to get housed. And from there, I've been housed for 7 years. Originally, I was out there in and out for 19 years. So I've been through it all. Just a sec. I have notes right here. And excuse me, because I didn't know I was going to talk today.
Yeah, so we did Tents by the Garden. We did the Flush program. We had a Chinatown management team. And then I was invited to go to New York for the Homeless Union. And that's where things changed because now we had support, where we were able to do something with our complaints. We were able to take the city to court, be able to stay there for in our area. Because, I mean, if there's not a mess, they shouldn't have to move us, right? They still do. They still do. We had so organized that it was sickening that we had nonprofits coming and looking at where our space was in Sherwood because there's no reason to have them, but we were having them once a week. So that is a waste of money just to harass people, you know. But so in 2016, when the Homeless Union came, we went and took them to court, the city to court, so we could stay. A lot of people didn't think it was going to work. You know, they were like, this ain't going to happen. Maybe over there in New York, but here we're going to keep on doing the sweeps and this and that. But it did. It stopped. They stopped for a little bit because we had somebody to give us that support. And too, and Prince was over there. Get people signed up. Get signed up. Get signed up. You know, so I always say if you want something to go around real good, tell men because they're real gossipy more than women. You know, so I'm just saying men are worse than women. Okay? But it worked. It worked. We got our support. Anthony and some other lawyers that he brought in. I don't even know what, at that time, we didn't know we had so many powerful people in the community because we had a lot of people that stood up, started talking, you know, making change. Actually, we had a lot of people. I think almost whole Chinatown was a part of our group, you know, organized. In the book, we have pictures and everything of our meetings, very well organized, you know. Anthony always showed up there, help us get the message across. Zeph Polak also, when you have the right support, you can make changes. But even just with our community working together made that change too, because before nobody did it, you know. And I say we made it happen too, because it was mostly a lot of women, and we needed it. We needed porta potties. We needed housing. We needed housing. But so West, just want to get your attention. So I talked about the make a difference about the book, but I don't know what you about the H.U.G.S part. Okay, so that's okay, but make a difference. I was just that was our community stuff. I don't know what else to say because I can't catch my breath. And I'll let Irene finish talking, and Pam could do a lot of it too because she was part of that. I mean.
Okay, so do you want to talk on make a difference first? All right. So have Bill talk to make a difference, and then we'll give it to her.
Hello? It's not on. This is to the homeless community. No. Please believe in yourself. You have the strength to see brighter days ahead. You are not invisible. You matter, and you deserve to be safe. None of us are home until all of us are home. Homelessness is a situation, not identity. Everyone has a story. The test of civilization is in the way it cares for the most vulnerable members. Don't just give, reach out your hand. Charity is about love, not pity.
Hopefully Bill will show up. My name is Pamela Weston. To all my relations and everybody that's not here, from the internment camp of Sherwood Hall to the incarcerated, I'm part of Help You Get Support. You can say you established something, but it's not finished. My son Christopher is here, and my daughter Rachel is here in spirit and in truth. I am the voice you've forgotten about, and the one that when you walk out, you'll yell in the streets and say, I'm somebody. But in Salinas, that's not you. We showed up, we spoke up, but in Cluster Park and everywhere else, there was murders in 2014 of Usmar, Mejia, Alvarado, and Rita's son, because you try to show up and speak up, but who are you? What we did and who we are. You see Rita wearing oxygen? You see her swollen? This is what it looks like to be unified. in you and from you. We die twice. Once when we come from our mother's womb, and then when, just like Occupy, you'll show up at a city, but you don't even know who the residents are. Like right now, you say you're the homeless union, but where is everybody? Where's Molly that was on Moongate, second floor in a wheelchair, and he's dead? Mama Elsa, she used to say, I love you, Mama, but she's not here. Rita wrote the book, and she said, if you're going to tell a story, tell the truth. I'm somebody, and I never knew Rita or Irene or anybody. And I showed up by the train tracks, by industrial, where people get stabbed. And Chago was just stabbed and murdered. Chato. And Smokey and everybody, they've lost mamas. Irene's lost mamas. So we say that we know their name, but Martin Luther King talked about if you're going to do anything, if you run or you fly or whatever you can do, show up and do something. Like right now, if you go out, yeah, we started something because we said, ain't no power like the power of the people because the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people because the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people because the power of the people don't stop. Say what? I am somebody. I am somebody. I am somebody. I am somebody. But guess what? There's a scream and a silence. Jerry Teo talked about all my relations, 7 generations and 7 generations, backwards and forwards. So we're the Melpa. We're the seed that they tried to bury. But who are they? It's anybody who's in this room that doesn't do anything every day. Because like I told you, my daughter is dead. But my grandchildren live. My son is dead. He was hit in the head by a train. Dredd took pictures and Wes has videos, but nobody knows their names. Help you get support is not about your union. It's not about anything but Rita's strength. We went to the county foundation and they gave us a grant because there was a young woman rolled in a rug, thrown in the trash can, tents burnt, people raped. And you want to talk about being homeless? During COVID and the fires, Rita said, I'm tired, and doing my way, it's a struggle. I'll try your way. I didn't know the language because I don't even know how to talk. I'm angry. I have a scream. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. So we would go in the middle of the morning, give coffee. Jill Allen provided the coffee. She even showed up sometimes. That's how you wake up. Because it wasn't about them losing anything. They hadn't showed up as themselves. Then we started, because it's not about us or them. It's we. We showed up. We spoke up from Sacramento to the homeless, the housing authority. And during COVID, they gave us tools. We cleaned up the trash. We went to the city council, community development, listened to everybody. And the Salvation Army gave us lunches. But unless you're part of the community, you don't know anybody. So Rita, from the Tents by the Garden and plus from her aunt dying, the biggest thing that she did and we did was show that helping you get support starts with you. When Rita told me about Irene, then I would tell them, get up, get up. But they realized civic engagement and leadership is knowing the language. So we even went to Leadership Council. The movement wasn't about fuck the police and all of that, because they were trying to address trash. It was about everybody getting involved. So they took the bullhorn, they walked to City Hall, and one by one, just like in New York, when the broken window thing, you fix one window and you start seeing things. It's like, damn. The difference is, it's not what was, it's what is. Like I said, help you get support is by not saying you started something, but to help Rita and Irene and every other member that went through all this shit to know that you appreciate them. You can't take credit for any of this. You showed up and you say you support us, but I bet you didn't even know me. Because like I said, I'm a mom that doesn't have my daughter or son unless that I tell my story. But my story is in pictures and in videos and in council meetings and board of supervisors. But Rita would not allow me to say I, me, and you. She said it's about we. And during Christmas, she took me out to get mistletoe and showed me what a tuna was. It's like, what the hell? And she took me to the little store, and we got ceviche. And she used her fingers and put it up on the tostada. And I'm her sister. I'm Irene's comadre. And we hurt. But H.U.G.S, Hope You Get Support, is helping you to help yourself, to not have to think or say or scream. It's about that greatness from then to now, that you actually came from everywhere with us. You know, we did Conocimiento when you said you wanted to come. You did a movimiento when you acted to come. But then what's next? For everybody on every street, are we stakeholders and constituents, or are we vulnerable and weak? Like I said, ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people won't stop. Say what? But you forgot, I am somebody. Is that sense of entitlement, that welfare, that social security, that's over with. So where are we now? When my daughter got fentanyl, and Rita came to the casket, and I couldn't breathe, she breathed for me. Has anybody in this room lost more than housing? Because I'm going to tell you, I'm in Florida right now. Help You Get Support is not about a title. It's about us making it. And after us, 7 generations forward, saying, you know what, damn, what happened in Salinas? I don't know if you know about the Indubious battle that deals with this, like the reading groups. It's like when something motivates you greater than yourself, you don't have to shout, let it all out. These are the things that I can do without. Come on, I'm talking to you. Come on. With Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta, everybody is being deported. But then what about everybody else? Back to H.U.G.S. Why it's about women and everyone else is because how else is Rita going to live and tell the story? There's a lot of people who say a lot of things, but for Salinas specifically, and the community I used to get to be a part of until I lost my housing and my daughter moved me to Florida. Of everything else that I lost me. And I used to say, it will never get better. I have to learn to do it different because I hadn't showed up as me. But guess what? Who they are and what we do and all the names that should have been on the scroll, but Rita won't tell you because you didn't care and didn't show up and weren't there. You're going to have to go through Rita right now and Irene and all the community instead of Homeless Union, because if you want to deal with Salinas, you have to deal with our community. You have to deal with the police brutality. You have to deal with Gloria de la Rosa and Donahue that had the housing pipeline. But we wrote something and we went to that says that you would go through a stakeholders advisory. So ask, follow up, but more than that, hopefully when you do your breakout rooms and you look around, who isn't in this room? This is 10 years from when Prince and all of us were in the at-risk gallery, which was burnt down, by the way. What have you done since then, besides show up and say, oh, Salinas? I'm sorry, but H.U.G.S, Help You Get Support with women, children, and vision, deal with right now. Not now, but right now. And don't say another thing. Start showing up with silence and bring about 10. There's a thing called pay it forward, and then I'll shut my mouth despite myself. It says if you find 3 people that you don't know and do something, not because you have to, but because you can. Right now, that's what we need more than anything. Well, my daughter and son aren't here because I never taught them to live without me. Can they live without you? Dred's pictures are here and the videos, but have you ever really seen them? If not, start asking Wes to show you and ask him how to explain it. If he can't tell you the story, you better go find the people in there because some of them are dead. But before that we lose anything else, how did the police, military, and everybody get to our communities? What did we do since the 60s? What did we do? I showed up, but I'm not here anymore, but I am. Help you get support, sister, is about never stopping. That all of our lives matter. But like my son said, moments are given, minutes can be taken away. Who's the messenger? And don't say anything, please. Sorry for taking over your meeting, but I'm not a union. I'm not homeless. I'm displaced. And everything I have is lost but me. And I ask you, this is a call to action. This isn't a meeting, or this isn't an anniversary for me. This is all that I have left. On behalf of H.U.G.S, now, Rita, you can tell them how we came about with 5 women to children and got everybody to get up and stand, because why they wouldn't show up is because nothing would change. But for our community, a lot of people are housed now, and they're showing up again and again and again. Thank you, Rita, for still staying alive and continuing, because it's not what we go through, it's how we've come through, and we're still here.
Thank you, Pam. So, yep.
Yep, I'm here. Hey, Wes, can you hear me?
What you were doing before you met Rita and how things progressed.
Okay, my name is Bill Black. I came to Salinas as a member of, as a Catholic worker, actually, and worked over at Dorothy's place for 2 years as one of the companions of the way, which is similar to the Catholic worker movement. So obviously working at Dorothy's, you see what's right out of the street in Chinatown. I want to shift gears a little bit, Wes, because it's something I heard earlier, and I want to reflect on a story that I can share about that'll maybe drive the point home. And you said, the banner says, you only get what you have the power to take. And when people say, well, why would you form a union, or what's the purpose of a union? And it's for durable power. It's for power that doesn't fade away when the crowd goes home, okay? You gather 10 people or 100 people. While you're gathered together, you're gonna have some power. When you go home and you're done, if you just gotta wander away, the power goes away. So if you wanna hold on to what you've got, what you take, you have to keep the power there. And the best way to do that I've ever seen is to have an organization, because you can't be meeting 24/7, but you have to have the relationships so that you can call together for turnout when you have to have the turnout. Here's a little story to illustrate that. Before coming to Salinas, I worked in Phoenix. I worked at a low demand shelter, a wet shelter. It held about between 550 to 650 men a night in the central part of Phoenix. It was called the Zone back then in the day. And it was hell. It was not a transitional shelter, it was a wet shelter, okay? no questions asked when people came in the door. And they were basically, people were forced to go in there by the police department pretty much. It was like, go in there or be harassed, and most people ended up going in the shelter. What I noticed in the shelter was were the veterans who were out in the parking lot. They didn't want to come inside the building. It was, and I can't blame them. It smelled bad. It was dangerous. It was violent. And I asked a few veterans, would they be willing to come into the shelter if we subdivided a portion of it for them, have a veteran section in which they could run. They could administer the veteran section themselves, form an organization. The shelter was on Madison Street, and so they called themselves the Madison Street Veterans Association. Over the next several months, they ran their quarter of the shelter pretty damn well. There were no fights. There were no violence. Things were pretty. They took care of of themselves better than the social workers did, who would come and visit on occasion. They didn't come that often, but on occasion they would. Eventually, the American Legion, Post 41, learned about them and gave them a small grant. It was about $1,000. And then later on, soon after that, actually, the Catholic Campaign for Human Development gave them another small grant. It was about $5,000. And the last thing that Janet Napolitano did, who at the time was governor, before she left Arizona to be Homeland Security Director, she gave them a $20,000 grant. So all of a sudden, in a period of about 6 months, this little ragtag group of homeless veterans had about $30,000 in the bank. They had their own, bank account, and they were running a quarter of the shelter as a volunteer basis. I said, you guys just don't hurt anybody, take care of each other, and you can run that quarter of the shelter. So about 2 blocks away, the Holy Cross Fathers, who ran a soup kitchen, they donated some office space for these guys. It was kind of interesting. They said, look, we got this unused office space. You guys can use it. Contribute something for the electricity, which they could do. And you've got an office space. What they did was they opened up a drop-in center in which they themselves were giving advice to other homeless veterans about where to go and access services and what to do and how to navigate the whole homeless world down there. And then they did something really smart. They invited, for one day of the week on a rotating schedule for about 3 or 4 hours of the day, a representative from the local congressional district to come down. Now, there were 6 congressional districts in Arizona at the time, and 4 of them were in the metropolitan Phoenix area. So one day a week, there was at least one congressional staffer down there to help constituents. And the payoff for the congressman was they got publicity. The payoff for the homeless vets is they got assistance from somebody who could navigate the bureaucracy and help them. But the other payoff was the increased political clout that the veterans had, because all the nonprofits down there knew that congressional staffers were going to the homeless veterans offices that they ran, homeless veterans ran, and that spelled political power in their eyes, and it was, because very often nonprofits go to government to get contracts or to get money. So I'll try to speed the story up. It was so successful that eventually they were able to operate their own shelter. They leased the entire second floor of the YWCA. They converted it into a shelter, and it was the first co-op shelter in the country that was run by an organization of homeless veterans, by homeless veterans, for homeless veterans. They could invite a social worker in, and if the social worker misbehaved or treated them rudely, they could invite them out. Because the homeless veterans themselves ran that shelter with the grants that they had received from CCHD and the state of Arizona and others. All of a sudden, the homelessness organization of homeless veterans was competing with the nonprofit social service providers. And they were kicking their ass, let me tell you. Here's the story you have to, here's the thing, here's the warning in that story, because it doesn't end well. Catholic Charities USA came in, and they wanted a homeless program for veterans. And they approached the MSVA, and they said, look, we'll build you a brand new shelter, $2 million shelter, pretty nice, but we got to run it. And the vet said, okay. 2 years later, you couldn't tell that that shelter, I mean, the participation of the veterans in the administration and running the shelter ceased. It stopped because they brought in professional MSWs. I mean, you know, they brought in a whole professional class of people, and it ceased to be a co-op. It ceased to be a run by the veterans, the homeless veterans. I guess the lesson in this is be careful about what you win, because if you don't keep your power, you can't necessarily hold on to it. And the only way you can really hold on to your power is to organize. You got to have some vehicle from which you can stand it up and say, okay, we need 100 people at City Hall next Friday, or we need 20 people over at this commission meeting tomorrow. If you don't have your organization to do that, you won't not only not get, you know, the resources you do need, but frankly, you won't be able to hold on to them if you don't have an organization. So sorry for the long story, but that's just something that occurred to me when I saw the banner here. I'm watching our celebration on YouTube right now. And so, yes, you need to organize. Absolutely need to organize. But not just until you get the first victory or two. Ask Rita this. She knows this. You have to stay organized to hold on to what you get. And I'll end it with that, Wes. Thank you for the time and the opportunity to be with you.
Thank you.
Absolutely, they are.
We have so many. Oh, yay! There she is.
Let's start over. Let's start over.
She's not on I would say probably to not to get in if they're not doing anything else. I think Dylan's palm was glitching out, so we took it off or something. Yeah, I mean, I think it's all lifesavers too. You know, safely with it. Should I try to get
Late night vibes, Chinatown glow. Passing out hope everywhere she goes. She ain't worried about the clout, she ain't flexing for the fame. She just trying to change the system, put respect up on her name. City full of ghosts, but she bringing back the light. Taking care of hers, yeah, she riding for what's right. Ain't no politician, but she got the plan. If you down bad, she gon' let it happen. She don't stop, she don't quit. Every block, every street, she too lit. For the people, for the squad, for the fight. Scoot and read it, bringing hope tonight. Scoot, yeah, she moving. Turning hearts around, making waves, never losing. For the people, she too lethal. Rolling through the city, spreading love like a sequel. Yeah, she's scooting through. Read it coming straight to you. Keep the mission going strong, read it for the people. Yeah, we singing out the song. Yeah, we singing out this song.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shout out to V, the artist of that song. And a shout out to Enchantrix Theater that did the skit earlier of a sweep. And showed really well how the police interact with human beings. We're supposed to be equal, but always it's the money that divides us. So also, now we're gonna try to, we gotta get lunch, and sorry, we're just kind of going, we're flowing. So now we're at union updates. Luckily, some people didn't show up, or totally unfortunately, but for time-wise, it's a good thing, right? And I guess I just wanted to say this thing from Fred Ross, Sr. He says, "To win the hearts and minds of the people, forget the dry facts and statistics, tell them the stories that won you to the cause." And this was from a volunteer breakfast from George Riley, and I appreciate him very much. And I wanted to introduce Emery Paul, who went on a 5-day, 9-city journey as part of his capstone with me, and he's got so much more to say. And since he met a lot of you folks, that's why I wanted to give a little bit of foundation to him first, and then we'll go union updates, up to 10 minutes or 2 minutes a person. Yeah, thank you, Emery.
I'm just going to leave it at this. Yeah, hopefully you can hear me. I'll try to keep my remarks short because, I want to get to the union updates, and also there are a lot more experienced and knowledgeable people than myself here who have a lot to say. I just want to thank you for allowing me to speak and discuss the research that I did alongside West last year. It's an incredible privilege and honor to be inside this community and to be welcomed by this community. There's a lot of power, and just by being around y'all, I feel energized. So thank you. But yeah, my name is Emery. And I'm here today to talk about the research that I did last year on how homeless unions build political power since the reestablishment, officially in 2019 and 2020. I became interested in this research after working in homeless services for 7 years. And as I worked in shelters and outreach, I began to see what many of y'all have been seeing for a long time, that what we're doing is clearly not working, despite decades of mass grievances and protests against inhumane shelters, inadequate assistance. The homelessness industrial complex has only continued to grow and perpetuate inequality. I, like many of you, became disillusioned with the status quo and began looking to other sources for real solutions. That's when I came across social media, the organizing of the Union of the Homeless, and saw just how amazing the work was. I came across Crystal and Sharon's work with the Sacramento Homeless Union and the amazing work that they did with their self-run encampment. And they were doing what many of what we've been told has been impossible or cost too much. And they were doing it for so few money and far more effective. And that made it clear that building a mass movement is the only way that we're ever going to achieve real change. So that's why I started this research, to focus on the success of the homeless unions and how we can replicate this model of self-determination in other cities. During the course of my data collection, I interviewed around 52 people across 11 homeless union chapters across the country. A lot of them are in California, but I also talked to people from Madison, Wisconsin, Colorado Springs, Atlanta, and I also, thankfully to Wes, we drove over 1,300 miles in 5 days in 9 cities to really study the unions here in more depth. This took us to Camp Resolution in Sacramento and Camp Compassion in Marin, to the streets of Santa Cruz to protest the corruption of the shelter industry with the Santa Cruz Homeless Union, to the halls of City Council alongside the Fresno Homeless Union and the Salinas Homeless Union, and to the meetings of the Gilroy and Vallejo Homeless Unions. And it also allowed me to speak with Joni and Willie Baptist in Atlanta and Dr. Samina Martin in Boston, who bestowed their very insightful wisdom upon me. And this incredible array of experiences really allowed me to understand how homeless unions have become a force to be reckoned with in the past couple years. Homeless unions cultivate critical opportunities for unhoused people to meaningfully engage in local politics as active agents of change rather than passive victims. Rather than having out-of-touch advocates or service providers speak on their behalf, homeless unions educate and uplift their own members to demand change, which is not really common in homeless advocacy, as we've seen. And so regardless of wins or losses, homeless unions persist in the efforts to politicize their struggle, consolidate their organization, and empower their members. They transform the reality of what we deem possible when we organize and serve as a striking rebuttal to popular claims among people that the homeless may be deficient or unorganized or apathetic. And so the creation of these organizations really shows the inherent power within your collective, the potential for a mass movement to emerge. So just wrapping it up in short, I'll say the evidence that homeless unions have the power to make transformative change is clear. And you all have known that for a long time. But the research that I've done and others have done and will continue to do, I hope that it supports the movement by continuing to bring awareness to the policymakers, scholars, and other people within the community and force them to pay attention to what's happening here. And so as you all say, you only get what you're organized to take, and this is only the beginning, and I'm happy to be here and be a part of this movement. So thank you.
Okay, so for union updates, I would like every chapter to come up to the stage so that we can get you, dead center. And then, basically like 2 minutes a person or so. I had an idea that it was going to be, a lot of union updates in the, or origin stories and struggles in progress in the booklet. But that was a lot of homework for people, so I'm sorry for that. So which, are you going Sacramento first, or I may as well. Come on, Sacramento. Is it just you by yourself? Yeah, where's, come in mob. That's how come I was thinking, get yourself a little bit of sunshine, yeah, group photo, of everybody.
Wow. All right, let's get some energy in this room, guys. All right, we're gonna chant. Let's just chant. Hey, hey, ho, ho, the criminalization of homeless has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, the criminalization of homeless has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, the criminalization of homeless has got to go. What do we want? Housing. When do we want it? I want Sacramento to hear this, y'all. What do we want? When do we want it? Who takes care of us? You guys are going to say, we take care of us. Who takes care of us? Who takes care of us? Who takes care of us? Awesome. So my name is Crystal Sanchez, and I'm going to start off with I have ADHD. I wrote a speech because I get all over the place. Woke up this morning, my speech was gone. So I am the Western Regional Co-Director, along with Wes White, I'm loud, you can't hear me? Of the National Union of the Homeless, and I am the president of the Sacramento Homeless Union. So California is the 4th largest economy in the world, and in Sacramento, we did a public records request, which showed that we have almost 40,000 people experiencing homelessness on our streets. Everybody in this room who does any kind of data collection, go to your Department of Human Assistance and ask for those numbers. It's not the pit count. We currently have a membership of about 4,100 unhoused folks, and we are in these streets marching. So, again, like I said, I write speeches better, but we've decided, number one, we do due diligence. We show up, we go to City Hall, we see the policies, we fight back. Look at them. They said don't be nervous, so they're there. So what we do is we do the due diligence. But what we've done instead, we've been doing this for the last 8 years, is we've created our own parallel society, our own parallel government. And what that looks like is an array of things. Number one, we have outreach. In the last 8 years, we've had 0 government funding, and we've been able to supply every person who has needed resources, housing, motels, you name it. We've been out there on the front lines getting people inside. We've also made sure that we push back on the system, right? So we got in the system. So we currently have 9 case managers. 7 of them are unhoused in the H.U.G.S system. So that's the federal system that gets people into housing and shelter. We've also become a CBO for state benefits. Again, unhoused folks, bringing out resources to our sisters and brothers. So we've got that going. I know Anthony's looking at me like, he's like, that's not what Sacramento Homeless Union's about. But we've been fighting just in our streets. We protest, but we're not about protest, we're about action and changing. And that change, again, comes from us. It's about moving forward. These systems are not designed for us, so we need to create our own. And so when we say we take care of us, that's what that means. We've won quite a few legal strategies, as Anthony stated. Again, organizing our neighbors to do cop watch within the encampments, organizing with businesses and residents. Outside of our union itself, we have the whole community, well, I can't say the whole community, most of the community supporting us. So when police show up to roust encampments, we're contacted immediately. We send out documentarians. We have people inside the camps who will push back, getting names, badge numbers, things like that. We then document, and then when we choose whatever lawsuit it is of the year, we then go to the court. And so we've successfully won a writ of mandate during COVID, protecting people. We also became disaster relief workers under COVID through public health. So we had the National Guard out there where everybody couldn't go anywhere, but we could. And we also have created pilot programs that Alec County runs. So we have a HEART team, which is mental health. It is a peer, so somebody who's experienced homelessness, as well as somebody who is like a psychologist or social worker. So those are actual county teams that are now running. And so again, we create our own systems because we have to protect. Stop sticking your tongue out at me. We've created our own systems because that's what we have to do. At the end of the day, we're the ones who protect people from being evicted. We know we are the ones who are going to make sure people have supplies and food so they can fight and fight back for the rights that we all deserve as citizens here. So again, we always got to stick together. We always got to fight. And I would have had a way better speech if I could have kept my speech. And I know I'm missing tons of stuff. But yeah, that's Sacramento Homeless Union, guys.
Okay, so thank you for having us here today. Our president couldn't be here. He's a much better speaker than me, so I had to write a speech, and I'll try to keep it short. My name's Eli Smith. I'm the vice president and a founding member of the Vallejo Homeless Union. So, yeah. When the Vallejo Union officially formed, it was only days before the 4th of July. And one of the longest encampments that we had had in the city, which was right on what is our main street in the city, in the downtown, had received an eviction notice. And that notice, the eviction itself, was scheduled to take place on the 4th of July, the supposed day of this country's birth. But the union actually began many weeks before, after the Supreme Court's grants pass ruling. And almost immediately after that ruling was announced, the city cleared another long-standing camp, and in the process ran over the 3 kittens of one of the women who was living there, Kathy. Myself and another community member scooped up the surviving critically injured kitten and jumped into my car. And as I drove frantically looking for any open emergency animal shelter, that kitten cried ceaselessly from the folds of my friend Darren's coat. Darren would go on to become a union officer, but the kitten would not survive. And then when we returned, I could feel a crackling restlessness and an energy shifting. Well, we have to do something, people were saying. Well, what can we do, people said. But it was already happening. There is a union, a homeless union, my friend Kathy told me, and Darren. And so I tagged along with Darren, who lived in the abandoned building across from me, weekend after weekend as he helped distribute food to his community. And have you heard of the homeless union, we would say. And weeks later, we were with Anthony in my home, signing membership applications. Since then, we filed 3 lawsuits, each time delaying the scheduled encampment sweeps. The second lawsuit we filed with Miss Alfred versus City of Vallejo would go on to become, to our knowledge, the first injunction to be granted of its kind since grants pass. So, yeah. And it has not been easy, and we have stumbled many, many, many times, and we're still learning. We are less than 2 years old, but we've gotten back up and we keep going. There is no decision about homelessness that happens in Vallejo that we are not vocal about and involved in. Only weeks ago, the Vallejo Union called on the broader community to boycott the city's attempt to falsely brand itself as compassionate. Only 2 organizations attended out of the entire city. We will not allow the city to stand on the shoulders of our trauma or our work. We will not allow them to take control of the narrative any longer. The day the kitten was killed, that first day the name of the union was mentioned, we did not know that less than a year later, the city would murder James Oakley with a backhoe, crushing him to death while he lay sleeping in his home. And so we are proud of our accomplishments, but we know that we have to keep going. We must stand 10 toes down and defend our right and the right of all people to take up space, to be seen, to be heard, and maybe most important, to be remembered. We're grateful to all the organizers who put this event together and who've walked with us and fought alongside us, especially Wes, Crystal, Anthony, Robbie, Andrea, Gordon, and Freeway. We couldn't have made it this far without your help. So rest in peace and empower James Oakley. Thanks.
You want me to start it off? Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jason Saris, from the president of the Monterey County Homeless Union. I guess we could talk about some successes because those are always nice. We've established some camps in Monterey County. One of the first ones we established is Camp Compassion. I'll be talking about that later on a panel. This is a camp that we started camping at a public park right next to the public library. That camp, we occupied that area for 5 years. And 40 people got permanently housed out of that camp, including myself. In Sausalito, we want a preliminary injunction as well, as in Novato at Camp Compassion. So far, how many people have been housed out of that camp? A lot. In San Rafael, there was a pretty landmark case. It was even brought up at the Grants Pass hearing. It was, what was her name? Boyd versus City of San Rafael. But with establishing these camps, you're forcing cities to address homelessness, and that you can't. I can't say enough about what that does. You put them on the spot, you force them to address it. They apply for some funding, and we get some people housed. Hopefully, that's how it should go. Over the last few years, nearly 200 people have been housed in Marin County because of our establishing camps and defending them. And so right now, like the way the federal government landscape is, it's not good right now. There are some things coming down the pipe, like the HUD funding cuts. Thanks to 20 states, we've been able to put that off for another year, but they're coming. They're going to cut permanent housing first. The SNAP benefit changes, they are terrifying. People will either have to work 20 hours a week, volunteer 20 hours a week, or they're only eligible for SNAP benefits for 3 months per every 3 years. And so, like this year, we're going to be fighting that in Marin County. We need these local governments to insulate people, marginalized communities, from the federal government. We want them to keep people in homes, keep people fed, because just because you're housed doesn't mean you're going to stay housed. I mean, people are falling into homelessness every day. And so we got a lot of work to do, but I think that's where we're kind of gearing towards in Marin is to hold local governments accountable. They're going to have to, they might just have to tighten their belt this year and take care of people like they should. A budget is a moral document, and what a local government wants to do based on their agenda, and when it doesn't, they always screw over the poor people, and if you're poor, you get nothing. They don't even like to give you crumbs, and so. Anyways, we got a lot of work to do, but I'm looking forward to hearing everybody else talk, and Robbie probably has something to say really quick.
I don't have much to say, but yeah, we keep up the good fight, everybody. It's just great to see everybody out here today, just feeling that energy. So, I hand it out to Alicia Cool.
Thank you, everybody. My name's Alicia Cool. I'm with the Santa Cruz chapter of the California Homeless Union. I'm also the legal director for the National Union of the Homeless. The Santa Cruz chapter of the Homeless Union started when they were going to evict a encampment of about 200 people right in the center of town. As soon as you drive through town, right behind the Ross building was about at least 200 people in an encampment. They had no plans. The Homeless Union was sort of born out of them talking about us without us. I came in, I was sort of a liaison between the encampment and the city officials that were making decisions for those individuals. And I said, look, this is not okay. You're going to displace all these people. Where are you going to put them? We don't have a lot of shelter capacity in Santa Cruz. Over the years, we've lost shelter capacity, and we've actually lost a lot of services. I do the Homeless Memorial every year. And thank goodness, the last couple of years, the numbers have gone down. But we always do question, like, the pit count and the way that the numbers are given to us. People go at early hours, and they try to guesstimate how many people are in a tent or how many people are in an RV. And it's just not an accurate count. So I always question whether or not each city even knows how many homeless people that they have. There's a huge stigma regarding homelessness. I always tell people the homeless people that you see are not all of the homeless people. We have homeless students, we have veterans, we have mothers, we have children. A lot of them are hiding because of stigma. Let's see. I already mentioned earlier that the solutions towards homelessness are often being blocked by people making excuses. They want to put down the homeless person and justify why they're in that situation and make it their fault. That's not okay. We're never going to solve this issue until we talk about things like what the rent amount is, what the wages are. And I'm just going to share this because I live in Santa Cruz, California. Everybody knows that it's the highest rent place in the area. My rent, I have a tiny 3-bedroom apartment. Anyone want to take a guess what my rent is? $4,531. Without housing assistance, I'm not sure how many jobs it would take me to get there. I take care of my partner who has epilepsy, so he's not able to work. He gets about $600 Social Security. You know, to get your way out of that situation requires a lot. Until we can come up with programs and things to actually that are sustainable and ongoing to help those individuals, you're going to see homeless people like me, people that are not high on drugs, people that are not mentally ill. And even if I was, let's just be honest, I still deserve a safe, clean place to live with dignity. But the fact of the matter is, I'm not those things. I deserve a safe place to live. Come December, I am one of those people that is going to be affected by that HUD situation. A lot of people know that in 2020 to about, I think 5 years went by, I lived in an RV on the streets of Santa Cruz with my family. That's part of the reason that you're seeing me today. I was never going to be an activist. I was never an advocate. I'm afraid of speaking in front of people. But anyways, to make a long story short, they created me. They created me by calling me a drug dealer, by telling me I can't park here and I can't park there and I'm not entitled to a safe place to live, harassing my family, banging on my RV in the middle of the night, telling me, get the F out of here, we're rich, you don't belong here. Constantly there's a narrative that if you can't afford to live in that town, you should just leave. Just leave like a piece of trash. But I'm not going to do that. And so I helped create the Santa Cruz chapter of the California Homeless Union. We're going to fight for our rights to be in that city. I'm against gentrification. I'm against pushing poor people out of towns. I think that everybody needs a place in the community. And I'm happy to be part of an organization that gives people hope, that helps people work together and brings out our voices. We are our voice. We work with each other. And nobody speaks for us. We speak for ourselves. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know what to say after all that. My name is Dave Richford. I'm the Vice President of the San Luis Obispo chapter. San Luis Obispo, not San Luis Obispo. We began at the Oklahoma State parking site. And it's on Highway 1. It was a nightmare from the day one, since we've been there. No lighting, showers that were usually not working, no water until we got administration to unlock the spigots, no electricity. Even though CAPSLO, the Community Action Partnership of San Luis Obispo, they had a travel trailer there, completely electric, water, sewer, all that was hooked up. We had nothing. The site was also toxic. The ground was on a dump site. They just covered it with gravel. You could walk around at any given time, see little holes with maggots coming up out of the ground. That's what we had to live with. I lived there for 2.5 years, along with Mike and the rest of our group over there. It was sickening. I've got COPD. They wouldn't give me electricity for my oxygen machine, for my nebulizer, nothing like that. Many of us was forced off the site with no plans in place, and it was unsafe. No venting ever happening. There are hundreds of people living in their vehicles in San Luis Obispo County who roam around trying to locate a safe place to park and not be seen by the law enforcement. They hunt us down, and this is the truth. There are still 400 unhoused folks on the waiting list to get into a shelter of 100 people a night. The San Luis Obispo Police Department harasses day and night. When we are parked on Kendall Avenue, the police came and said, the chief sent us out to clean up the place. Harassment has left our union in taters. We have disembarked. We've been separated. The city has contracted the John Boyce Towing, which removes vehicles that are properly tagged, taking people's housing away, and further exacerbating homelessness. Big expensive RVs are parked all night in parking lots around town, and they are not harassed. People come in to visit, they park where they want. The homeless people, we get harassed. People living in their vehicles don't need a safe parking site. They need a permanent place to be. Most of our folks in San Luis Obispo are homegrown, local, and this is their home too. There's plenty of land in the San Luis Obispo that would serve as a viable site for an RV trailer park for those living in their vehicles. Too much taxpayers' funding goes towards cutting tree limbs 5 feet up off the ground so people can't camp in tents. They're seen all over the place. What the union gave us is hope and $60,000 court award because of the civil rights violations of the Oklahoma site. Our human rights and civil rights are being violated every day of the week. We want it stopped. I filed the lawsuit for civil rights. I won't go into it all. We're in process with Anthony serving it. And then after that, if all of it's how it goes, we're going to file a group lawsuit for everybody that was at the safe parking site. We need hope. And we've got it thanks to Anthony, Crystal, and all of you guys. This has been one of the greatest things I came to today, and I thank you guys.
Hi, I'm Mike. I'm the president of the San Luis Obispo Homeless Union. And I agree totally with the woman from Santa Cruz. We're in the same situation. Society has created a stigma concerning the homeless. Especially there in San Luis, the county officials have gone on the radio, gone on TV and said, all the homeless are drug addicts, mental patients, and criminals, right? This stigma is hard to get rid of, but they don't talk about, there's no drug addicts, mental patients in their neighborhoods, right? We want to talk about that. They don't. Yeah, exactly. You're right. Getting through this stigma is a chore. And I think a lot of the communities are experiencing that. Their solution has been to break up camps, illegally confiscate their meager possessions, including their tents, sleeping gear, medications, water, food, shoes. The police even illegally confiscated a man's tent while he was still inside. No notice given, no receipts given. They lose their total possessions. And in some cases, their trailers are being towed and they're not getting it back. At one time when we were awarded that money, most of the money went to retrieving those trailers and those vehicles from the county. They're the ones that made money because we just gave it back to them because they towed us. What is the next action? Are they going to put us all in concentration camps? these actions that they're providing are starting to resemble Nazi Germany, when a government decided that a group of people was undesirable, and that's what they've decided, that we're undesirable. Okay? We don't want to repeat those atrocities that happened in Germany 100 years ago. We need to be committed to our fellow human beings. Obviously, the government solutions are not working to reduce the homeless population. With the current administration, our president, our governor are dismantling programs that benefit the homeless community or just people in general because no affordable housing. There in SLO, we paired up with the union that represents low rent and affordable housing union. So we marched with them. We paired up with Hope's Village, which they have tiny home villages. Those homes are only $4,000, and the nonprofit would pay for it. Instead, they're doing up these other sites where they're paying $60,000 for a one bedroom for the homeless. They're spending all this money. If they went this route, they wouldn't have to spend anything. The taxpayers wouldn't have to spend anything because the nonprofit will take on the responsibility, and those homes are only $6,000. You know, I don't understand it. If you look at this chart right here, these are the tiny home villages all across the United States that are successful. They are successful. This is the way, like she was saying, this is the way that we combat that stigma that was created. Otherwise, it's not going to get better for us. I think we've had some great speeches, and they've touched on everything that's also going on there in SLO. But we're trying. We do outreach. We march. We take blankets, hats, coats, tents, sleeping bags to the homeless out in the creek bed. It's freezing out there. This last couple of weeks, it's 30-something degrees, and these poor people are out there in the cold. And the government don't care. The county doesn't care because they're all tied up in their profits. They don't want to lose their, their housing. Yeah. They don't want to depreciate their housing or their houses or their property. You know, and they don't care about what happens to people as long as that their property values go up. You know, but we still have had hope. With Anthony and the Homeless Union has given the people in SLO hope. We can reduce homelessness in our town in our time. In our time. This is what we're going to have to do. Thank you.
All right, I told you guys I was going to forget everything when I gave my speech, and I really did. So, here we go. So a really big thing that we do in Sacramento, and we try to push nationally, internationally at this point, is we push back on the homeless industrial complex. Millions and millions, okay, forget millions, billions of dollars made off of the back of the word homelessness. Homeless people sleeping on the asphalt in the streets. In Sacramento, we have, it's nasty there because we have all the politicians there. Right now, our shelters, they are charging $4,000 to $5,000, and that's for the really bad sheds, per person per month. Now, for $4,000, I could get Robbie over here and be like, hey, Robbie, let's go check out those apartments get you in that apartment at 21, 2,500. I know it ain't like Alicia over here in 4,000 land, but we could get you in those apartments, pay for your wraparound services, right? What they're doing is they're putting people in these shelters, kicking them back out. So during COVID, we've always kind of done this, but during COVID, we took our lessons from people like Kristen Colangelo and Anthony Prince and Reverend Liz Theoharis, and we started taking over stuff. And that has been a big part of stuff that I did not talk about. We started taking over properties in about 2019. We took over a property that was city-county owned on Stockton Boulevard, and it had 200 people. Now, we know the streets are rough. We had 8 different gangs that sat in that encampment that all ate dinner together, and then they fought. We told them, take it out of the district, take it to another district. We fought for that piece of land. My very first real protest, I called some friends, said, hey, they're getting ready to come get this. There was 40 of us faced off with 140 SWAT officers. Bubbles was going to be here today. She wasn't able to make it. But in that, her arm was broken. And Bubbles was homeless for over 25 years off of this exact property, off these exact policies. This place was an old hotel and a trailer park. And they created No Place Like Home, which you guys have probably all heard about, where they were supposed to create something with these vacant properties, gave all this money nationally. California didn't do anything. They tore down the motels and left people homeless. So the other fight that has made international news, which I'll talk about in just a second, is Camp Resolution. Before Camp Resolution, though, really quickly, we had COVID. So during COVID, we took over about 60 houses, businesses that were closed down. We had people living in stairwells. We had people in alleyways, bringing supplies, 3 a.m. When people needed to leave, we had watch groups out, getting people out of these housing units. And it wasn't just housing units, it was spaces. And so Camp Resolution for 5 years was kind of a discussion. And I want to introduce you guys to Sharon Jones. She's a co-founder of Camp Resolution, and she can tell you what Camp Resolution is for those who don't know about it, and the powerful movement that became.
All right, I might cry, but I'll still talk. My name's Sharon, and my wife and I co-founded Camp Resolution because we were tired of being pushed around, swept daily. You know, the sweeps, that was a very mild version of a sweep, in my opinion, but I appreciate that. It was triggering. We started because my sister-in-law is a quadriplegic, and she was homeless out there with us. And the winter before we founded the camp, the water came up, and the fire department came out, and they were there for some drunk that 4 times swam back out to the water to get on this island, and they wouldn't help my sister-in-law. Okay, and it killed me to see the fire department say no. It changed my opinion of the firemen at that point. But my wife and my sister-in-law's mom said we can't do this again. We can't risk Holly going, in the water. I can't do the stress of it. So we walked by camp every day. They had fenced it off to put safe parking there, but they never followed through on it. So we took the lot. We took the lot. We tried to take it in July, but we didn't have enough public support. But when we did it in September with the support of the union and Wood Street, they helped us establish our camp. And Anthony, thank you so much for that unprecedented lease that you helped get us. The city didn't follow through on it, but that man wrote a beautiful summary for the court, and we won. And I just couldn't believe that. Gave hope to the community, the homeless community in Sacramento. Camp Resolution wasn't just the 60 people that was in it; it was all of Sacramento homeless had hope. until they destroyed it. When the city destroyed it, it destroyed a lot of people. 5 people have died in 6 months after they closed the camp. That's terrible. And I feel a responsibility in my heart because of, and the city dashed their dreams, but Camp Resolution isn't dead. The spirit is still alive, and we're still trying to fulfill. I don't know what I'm going to say there about it. We're still trying. I haven't given up. I mean, we went through a lot at camp, and I met a lot of you guys out there. You guys came to camp, and you guys supported camp, and I appreciate all that. Thank you.
So for folks that don't know what Camp Resolution is, there is a movie. It's good, but it's not like the real struggle of what Camp Resolution was, right? For people who had never been to Camp Resolution, you think, okay, well, it's an encampment, cool. But when you went to Camp Resolution, people were like, whoa, this is crazy, right? We had trailers. We fought for trailers that the state had put down and said, it's COVID. We're going to put all these trailers throughout the state of California, every one of your guys' counties. Most of them got put in storage. Ours did. Cal Expo. We were like 200 trailers, and we got people on the streets. What are we doing? So we fought for, what did we end up with? 20. Yeah, we ended up with 17 trailers and an administrative trailer. We created our own little trailer park, I guess. I don't want to call it a trailer park, but it was a trailer park. But it wasn't. This isn't something like, you see in a neighborhood. Camp Resolution is a beautiful place. They had gardens.
It was a staging ground for people to get on with their lives. It gave them a chance to rest up and to get some of from being homeless for so long. A lot of people have been homeless a lot longer than I am. I have been, and they found comfort in being able to rest their brains. I mean, being homeless is a lot of work. And people got jobs. You started having hope, got vehicles, started being productive members of society, and they weren't down on themselves. I think camp gave people more hope that they were a person, that they were worthy of being a member of society, whether the stigma was there or not. We fought hard for those trailers. We had to beg for bathrooms. We asked Santa. Santa brought us a bathroom. I made it better. I said, Santa, will you please bring us a bathroom? I mean, the big thing about being homeless is the clutter in front of your tent. That's the more you put one thing out there, next thing you know, you got 20 things out there, and its appearance is everything to the people that are looking. They're not looking to help you. They just want to look to find something that you've done wrong, so they can, use it against you. We took a stand. I mean, for 60 people that didn't really know each other, to come together for 697 days. We stayed there until they destroyed it. But it gave a lot of people hope, not just the people in the camp. And 16 people housed themselves out of there. The city, 0.
So with that, what she's saying too is that became a hub in the community, and this is why this is important when we talk sanctioned camps, right? We got sanctioned camps. We got government sanctioned camps, right? These are camps that I call them mini internment camps. Let's just be real. Literally, you don't have a bathroom in your space. Right now in Sacramento, they're charging our seniors 30% of their income to live in a shed, to walk with their oxygen in the wintertime to the bathroom with one ADA bathroom. Okay. This was not a sanctioned camp. This was a self-governed, which was put in this beautiful lease by Anthony Prince, permanent housing or self-governed encampment that guaranteed permanent, durable housing to every resident that lived there. And the way that he worded it made it so when we housed one person, the next one came in. And so the city ultimately did take down the camp. But that movement didn't go away because that was a hub, not just for the people that were living in it. We became a hub for everything. We had food coming in nonstop. We had medical teams coming in, not at their direction, our direction. Everything we requested was coming in there. Trash services, bathrooms. Why is that important? Because we don't need people shuffling us from block to block, putting us in pallet sheds, telling us what to do, because guess what? I'm not going to walk into your house, and I'm not going to be like, I don't like them curtains, you better take them down. Because that's not what we do. We all have the same inalienable rights, and what Camp Resolution showed is that community comes together. It became an art hub. It became a youth hub. It became a hub where we had active gang members coming in there. They knew better. The police could not cross that line. They couldn't come into our camp. They knew better. They came in there for help. We helped people get in school. We helped people get cars, get jobs, get in the system, get shelter, get housing. And again, the city took that down. Why? Because they're never going to allow homeless, unhoused, whatever you say. They're never going to allow that power. And they're never going to allow for us to organize and not cost them anything. It cost $3,600 for them to take out the trash for 2 years at Camp Resolution for 60 people plus the surrounding community that was in there doing their thing. That became a problem because when we are doing this on our own, they no longer can collect the big bucks for their camps, for their $4,000 a month. And so the way Anthony taught me something very valuable. We don't need third party, meaning I don't need to have a case manager to walk me to the Alpine hotels to tell me that we're going to, I'm going to case manage you when we know there's no services, right? We're not service resistant. They just don't exist. We can go in as ourselves. We can fight for that money. If you're paying somebody $4,000 a month to house me in a box, why not pay for a subsidy to get me into an apartment so I can live on my own? So, again, that's what Camp Resolution showed. That's what Jason's camp showed. That's what all these camps are showing. That's what all this power is showing. That they need to quit making money off of us. This homeless industrial complex needs to be shut down.
Hello, my name is Robert Aguirre, and I've had several homeless unions. Started one in San Jose for Santa Clara County, but because of COVID, we were unable to meet and people dispersed. And then I now am president of the Gilroy Union of the Homeless. So I want to kind of give a little bit of an update of what's going on there. First of all, Gilroy has the highest number of unhoused people per capita in the entire Bay Area. It's a rural community, not an urban community. There's a lot of farmers there, a lot of MAGA people, and so it's extremely difficult getting things done. This last year, we were able to fight to get our city council going from at-large as a result of a lawsuit to districts. So this is the first time, 2026, we're going to have elections. So one of the things we're doing is we're organizing people not only to register to vote, but we're trying to find people that are candidates that can run in these different districts. Some of these new districts don't have anybody that we're replacing because there was nobody there before. So that's a couple, let me see, maybe about 8 years ago, the mayor and all the city council members lived within 10 blocks of each other. That is not representation. So because of the fight that we got into, we are now able to distribute the people and the votes. And I want to point out one thing that I know that is true in Santa Clara County. I don't know if it's true in every county, and you should certainly look into it. You can register to vote if you're unhoused. All you have to do is say, I live on the corner of First and Main. All right? So you can register. All you need is a mailing address for them to mail you, here in California, to mail you a ballot. Okay? So that ballot comes to that, you don't have to live there. It comes to that place. You go and you pick up your ballot, And you can go to any of the voting, they don't call them precincts anymore, but voting centers, turn in that ballot and get a ballot from anywhere within that county. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get as many unhoused people registered to vote, and because the California, or at least the Gilroy Union of the Homeless, is not a 501c3, so we can actually tell them what candidate they should vote for. And because we have this unique power of being unhoused, that we can turn in our ballot, for example, in Palo Alto, get a ballot in Palo Alto, turn it in, and I can vote in Gilroy. I can vote in any district in Gilroy. Okay? That's extremely powerful. That's something that unhoused people have over housed people. Okay? So another thing that we're doing is we're empowering people, because every time they do a sweep, they take away all your survival gear. So what we're doing now is we're actually filing claims for the property that was taken. And we are going after the state, the county, the city, the Department of Transportation, Union Pacific, anybody that is responsible for doing a sweep. We are now going after them financially. Later on, we're actually very fortunate that one of the members of our Gilroy Union is a lawyer. And Tristia Bowman, she'll be coming up here. I don't know if any of you know who she is, but extremely powerful woman. I'm sure everybody's heard of Martin versus Boise, right? Well, she was the lead attorney, and she's a member of our union. So we also have another lawyer that is about to join us again. John Fitzpatrick was involved with us. He is now getting hired, well, possibly, we're working on it, to get hired by the Law Foundation in Santa Clara County. So then we're going to have 2 lawyers in our union, right? So now we are going to turn up the heat against the city and against the county to get more services, because even though we have the highest number of unhoused people, we also have the fewest amount of resources. So we're going to try to turn that around and try to elect the people to make that happen. And this is one of the things that I recommend to everybody here, is to start looking at how you can use the law and how you can use the advantages that we have and expose the industrial complex that we were talking about earlier, and turn that around and use it against them. Use their rules against them. Okay? So I'm going to keep it short there. So I'm going to leave it. Thank you all. Yeah, I don't want to drop it.
Hi, my name's Edward. I'm from Freedom, Santa Cruz County. So what's going on there is like, there's a lot of stuff going on actually. Where it's a small community, there's only 30, maybe 35 people where in the little area I'm at, but throughout town there's hundreds. Like I heard somebody say that, you know, they're everywhere, they're hiding, they don't want to be seen, you know, they try to blend in as much as possible, you know, and then the cops, I swear to God, the cops and the tow truck companies, they got something going on, because like, it's really terrible, because they've taken 12 or more vehicles from me, you know, and they look for the vehicles that are of value. I've noticed when you devalue a vehicle, I've cut the tops off of my vehicles so they wouldn't take them. Because if there's no value in it, the tow truck companies don't want to tow them, because it's something on them, you know, like garbage to them, they have to get rid of it. But that thing that they took was my home, you know, so it's kind of really messed up. Then it puts you right back out on the streets. We've asked for bathrooms, we've gotten none, you know, a Safeway right there on Freedom. We used that bathroom for the longest time, but then they remodeled it and put locks on the bathrooms, you know, so we have to get a code to get in, you know, and it's like, they say we're polluting Waterways, nobody, I know that is along that river right there, the creek, will pollute the waterways because we wash our dishes, we wash our hands, you know, that's our water source, you know, and they're kicking us out. We're on private property, but the property owner is just using us as leverage to get what he wants from the city. So we're like stuck in the middle between their argument and a place to go. And last time they kicked us out, they gave us a list of resources. Well, on the list of resources, every one of those, you know, resources were closed. They didn't exist anymore. But they put it all over the news that, you know, they gave us these lists and stuff. And so, you know, all I did is I went to the parking lot, waited until they got done, and I moved right back in. I've been there for 8 years. I've seen, like, I've been kicked out 3 times. This is the 3rd time. But we have no place to go, and they're getting ready to kick us out again. And they don't want to hear anything we have to say. They basically, go to a shelter, you know. I've been outside, unfortunately, 27 years. Where I grew up, it was everybody passed out outside, inside, they were drunk, they worked hard, they played hard, you know, like, so it's normal for me to be outside, unfortunately. But again, reading and writing, you know, school wasn't my forte, so going to find all these programs or do all this paperwork and all that, I can't do it. I can't do it. It drives me nuts, you know, and I try to hide and blend in as much as possible. I don't want to be, like, put a jacket on me like I'm a bum or I do this or that. I'm like less than, you know, but I'm not. I'm just as good as anybody else. And so anyways, I appreciate everybody here. You know, I've heard a lot of good stuff, and I appreciate everything everybody's doing because, you know, everybody's planting seeds, you know, so hopefully they'll grow and bloom into a good flower. Anyways, thank you.
Well, just looking around the room, it looks like everybody's took a turn. I also wanted to mention that RAP, Western Regional Advocacy Project, Poor Magazine, Homefulness, Wood Street Commons, We Are Not Invisible, Venice Justice Committee, those folks would have been here to give reports if they could have made it. And also wanted to mention that the folks that did the skit, Enchantrix, they're doing a play all month, Friday and Saturday nights at like 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, at 7 o'clock in Seaside, Fremont, and Palm. And just look up Enchantrix Theater on Instagram. Also wanted to, I guess, give you a little bit of update since we don't have food ready. I mean, hey, the flow's going pretty good so far. So I'm liking it. We caught up. So in Salinas, Monterey County right now, you know, I put a lot of stuff in the book, which was why, you know, I give you a firm foundation. What's happening now, one thing with the city is since 2023, when California reopened, or actually in April, which a couple months before the governor's executive order, the city of Salinas forced everybody off of public property, the sidewalks and alleyways of Chinatown, which is basically a secluded area, so you don't have much traffic there, you know. But they push everybody off the sidewalks and onto the train tracks. Now, just this week, there was somebody murdered there, and there's been quite a few deaths on the tracks, which is private property, which is the reason why they put you there, because they're supposed to post a notice. If you look at the highways, there are posted notices because the state is going to follow the law. They're not going to open themselves up to liability. But who in these smaller jurisdictions understands the law well enough to litigate against it and do a block? You know, I mean, very first, and this is what I tell everybody, is, you know, they need to post a notice. If they didn't post a notice, then they're being illegal, and you have cause for action. So, you know, maybe a temporary restraint order or something, if that's enough time. That's one of the things I'm looking forward to doing is outfit a camp with you know, plumbed and wired. What would it take to have a bathroom and a shower and a kitchen and light and a bed that's actually a mattress, you know, like so you can actually kind of not be in such a stressful situation. And if that happens and we're able to finance that, then we're going to put it on public property. And if they don't do a posted notice, we're going to defend that. They may not be interested in protecting life, and we're interested in protecting life, so we're interested in protecting the property that's protecting that life that we paid for. With SB 634 passing, we're not aiding and abetting a crime. So how is that a crime? Survival gear, and on public property. So if they can't even follow their own rules, that's where I want to get them hung up. And so in Salinas, we're likely to establish. That's the whole point of this, right? Establish camps now. And I've got some friends on private property that we may end up being on public property, and see how it goes. I mean, because if the city backs down, we could stay. And I'm hoping there's enough embarrassment, especially for not following legal course, that we're able to beat them, and then stick some roots, man. Stick and stay. So that's really the heart of the issue here, right? We're gambling in this casino of culture, and we've got house odds and rigged tables on all of this, because it doesn't matter how little, how much, how clean, how dirty. It doesn't matter. You didn't pay the rent, and therefore the mob is coming to get you. Oh, it'd be a shame. It was such a nice place, something happened to it. And that's kind of what happens. In fact, everything is a threat with any police contact, and that immunity from sweeps. If you do minimal health and safety standards, you should be passed over. We're not homeless, we're addressless. We have a home until the city comes and takes it from us. Now we're homeless. Nothing but the shirt on our back. How cruel and unjust. And you think about all the homeless services, it always goes in the name of, but never directly to. And we're talking millions of dollars to contracts for these people to overlord and say, well, you're just not good enough. I can get rid of you at any moment, so don't you dare try to challenge my authority. And, you ask where the bathroom is and they kick you out. It's absurd. The power that they have over us. I mean, we're supposed to be free and equal people. When is that actually going to ring true? It's the money that dominates everything. And, the power to have wealth. Where is it? Generational wealth, ill-gotten gains. There's few contracts in the city. There's so much corruption going on, and there is a council member that is exposing a lot of that because he has access to that record information from being on city council, and trying to do things the right way, the polite way, the patient way, and of course nothing ever results, because what is the real issue and drama? Steinbeck wrote about this stuff 100 years ago. The powers that be. We got the biggest ag company here is a 5-story building right next door. And, they have power. They just took over 2 city lots for free, and they didn't even do affordable housing units on those properties. So what kind of sweetheart deal is that? Is that not corruption? They had a guy here for Housing Summit, and he really didn't have much to say. I may be going in a negative direction, but I'm telling you the truth. The guy was paid $15,000, and he hardly mentioned anything about the housing issue. He actually complained, blamed it on women, Mexicans, and all this other stuff. And it was like, wow, dude. But that's what the city government of the new city council has brought to us. Exactly, right? They're public money for private interest, and it always goes to their friends through contracts. And that's how come this union is so strong that it needs to make more, right? Okay, like Rita says a lot. She can say we the people, but if there's no people behind us, then we got nothing. But strength in numbers. And the more that we have solidarity in between causes, which is why I do John Doe 13K, because it's not just about homeless, it's about life, culture, community, compassion, love. Where is it? Why isn't it everywhere if we're such a wealthy nation? So, Railroad Avenue is what I really want to tell you about, since there's no food still. In Pajaro, on the Monterey County side of Pajaro, the end road of industry is Railroad Avenue. It's about 1,500 feet long, and it's got a bunch of people that live in their cars because there is a overnight shelter on that block. The lady who's the executive director of that place and the adjacent farm owner made numerous complaints and started a referral with the county board of supervisor, who just took it and ran. So I've actually investigated it. I went to the sheriff's office and the environmental health, and her complaints that she said during the board meeting that she didn't even mention she was the executive director of that overnight shelter. So what is the real purpose? Because she said I called over 100 times. And when I asked for 2 years worth of records, 38 calls, and only like 2 or 3 of them related to anything that could have been homeless. So what calls are we talking about? Why didn't he verify that information first? And especially considering that's the overnight shelter. How are you gonna get rid of everybody who needs to be there? I actually talked to a lot of people on that block, and they're mainly old and men and disabled. And they were profusely sorry that they could not work and that they were there. So sorry. It's like, you're just trying to live, man. And they're waiting for the shelter to open. So the end of February, they're gonna pass that thing, and we need support. So if people can watch for that in the agenda, it would be helpful. And I'll be talking about it here soon at the county board anyway. Yeah, up in the back. Come on up. All right. Right. I'm going to take it back for you.
Wouldn't be the first time. I just want to say we're going to have these. We're going to have lunch, and I know we're all going to absolutely have to go the whole distance in this meeting. I want to express my appreciation to everyone in this room. This is some serious discussion, and everyone's right here paying attention and participating and contributing to it. And that's the kind of union we're building. This is a serious meeting. We've been to a lot of meetings, a lot of conferences. We just heard a scripture from Wes of people paid thousands of dollars to get up. Don't know what end of the hammer to hold. You know, getting thousands, know nothing about homelessness. We're the experts. We're blazing new trails, but we're paying attention to some of the old maps that were drawn back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Both things. But I wanted to say, because we're going to hear these reports about these encampments, and the focus of this gathering, as Wes correctly identified the focus, is the encampments. We were born in these encampments. Now we're organizing in shelters, we're organizing in public transit where people are living, where people are doubling up, people in vacant homes, people in every conceivable situation where homeless people end up. But the encampments have been where the union has been born in those battles. And I'll tell you something, we'll talk a lot more about this. We're going to hear the specifics. We want to pay attention to the specifics. Because the reason they took Camp Resolution down was because Camp Resolution was in the capital of the state of California, the state that has more homeless people than any other state in the United States, that has 25% of all the veterans who are homeless, right here in California. And because it simply was a big city with a lot at stake, ultimately what happened in Camp Resolution, we knew it was only a matter of time before they would crush it because it became a threat. But that's also true for all the other organizing we're doing in these encampments. We're turning these encampments step by step into staging grounds, not just for housing, proving that we know how to do this. You don't, we do. But staging grounds and base areas to organize. You know what I'm trying to say? And that's why there's a political reason. It's all the justifications they're using to take these camps down. There's a political motivation. They can't afford to see these camps proliferate. They can't afford to see people like us going in and organizing and creating awareness and creating a fighting capacity and sharing this kind of experience, and people become homeless in one place, get kicked out, go to another encampment, bring with them that experience, pick up the experience that others have. You know what I'm trying to say? This thing is very, very important. We're going to have to really study this question. The Abalali movement in South Africa, in my thinking, that's one of the most important models we have. They have a constitutional right to housing, but they don't have the housing yet. What they do have is thousands of people who live in these shacks, thousands of people that are essentially homeless and built these little tin sheds and corrugated metal shacks where they're living. But they built the power to become the most important organization of poor people in South Africa. And they'll win that battle because they're growing that power. And in large part, it's because they say, okay, we're stuck here. We're going to turn this, like everyone has said today, we're going to turn these things right against it. So I just want to make this point, that the issue of the encampments, and I was the one who was saying, well, the encampments, they got this, the positives and negatives, we have to do organizing in other areas, and I think that is still true. But there is no doubt, and if I've not seen anything else here, I've seen the significance of organizing, defending, fortifying politically, fortifying physically, fortifying legally, these camps. And like people are saying, locking them down so that it makes it extremely difficult for them to take them apart. And if they do take them apart, what's come out of that destruction? This union came out of the destruction of Chinatown encampment, didn't it? Was not the Salinas Homeless Union still here today? Chinatown camp was busted out, and Camp Resolution. You remember they say, remember Pearl Harbor, remember the Alamo. Whatever you want to think about those things. The memory, the collective understanding, what happened was wrong, and it's going to inspire us to move forward and learn those lessons. Man, we have not forgotten Camp Resolution. Documentary that's out there, the people there sharing. Up here talking about what actually happened there. They had to take that. It was a temporary identity of interest between the county and the city that allowed that thing to take place. The women formed it, and they were going to take it down. And they went to the city council. It is not easy to get homeless people to leave the encampment and go down to City Hall and City Council and jam. Isn't that right, Sharon? They all showed up. They went down there and stopped that, okay? So then what happened is that the city wanted to get the county to designate some kind of shelter so they could get some funding. The people in the camp needed stability. They formed that. They weren't going anywhere. Like Sharon said, tired of being kicked from one end of town to the other. Then this lawyer negotiated a lease. He didn't want to negotiate it. It was a backdoor deal where they put together a lease that disempowered the people in the camp. All right, disempowered. It said right in there that there's no benefit. This agreement is a lease between the city and that nonprofit. And it said nothing in this lease should be made to be understood that the residents have any standing whatsoever. They had no rights in that camp resolution. Also, there was nothing stopping the city from kicking them out whenever they wanted to. So there was a paralysis. So the city needed to do something. The people in the camp rejected that lease. They said, once they found out about it, they said, we're not going to, we can't go along with that. So this lawyer who had made that sweetheart deal, he had to tell the city, I'm sorry, I can't sign this lease. He had signed it. I got to take my name off that lease. In came the union. The city wanted us to come in, and the residents of the camp wanted us to come in. And the city and the county and the residents all, for a moment, had a temporary identity of interest. You know what I'm saying? You go through the intersection for a minute, you're right in the same intersection, but you go in different directions. Right? You see what I'm talking about? They saw what happened in Camp Resolution. They saw the 600 days of occupation. They saw everything Sharon described. And at a certain point in time, that temporary identity of interest ended. And they attacked the union. The first time we were publicly attacked. We've been in all these battles, but they never, until Sacramento, until Camp Resolution, did they come out and identify and attack the union as an organization on the official website of the city of Sacramento. That had never been done before. They sabotaged us. They started having meetings and came into the camp, creating rumors and splits and things like that. They did everything they possibly could to take that camp down. And ultimately, when they still couldn't take the camp down, they sent in the police. We were betrayed, and in came the police in what was a military type of attack. We were barely able to get our most vulnerable people out of there that day. Provocateurs in there also helping the police, creating the pretext for the cops to come in as violently as they came in. We don't need them either. We're a serious organization. You know what I'm trying to say? But I'm telling you, this thing, there's going to be more camps because there's going to be more homeless people. Because who could pay the $4,000 a month rent? Who's got a job after AI? You know what I'm trying to say? So this is a very important very important area for union organizing. So we're going to have the panel, but we're going to really have a real analysis. We have to have an ongoing discussion so we all can learn these lessons and learn more lessons as we go forward with the camps that we're going to see expanding and the union right there to defend and fortify them and make them part of our whole movement. So I didn't mean to talk so long, Wes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that.
That was great. That was great. Thanks. Good job. Couple more buzzwords. 400 square feet in a structure instead of 40 acres in a mule. 20 feet by 20 feet of personal space. That's your address. You know, register to vote. You can use a mailing address and describe your location, but you're gone within a couple days because city, county, state won't let you. So how do you register to vote if you have no permanent address? That's something to consider. Also, stick and stay. That's the biggest part of all this is the courage. So now comes a really fun part. We're gonna induct officers of every union here. So I'm gonna introduce Dr. Liz come back, and she'll take it away.
Yeah, this is a very fun part because we get to make commitments to playing the leadership role that so many folks are playing and get to continue to play because there is so much work to be done and people are playing such an important role. So I'm going to need a little help in terms of who all needs to come up. So Tony, maybe you can help with that. Okay, great. So maybe people can stand. So if you are, great, thank you. That would be fantastic. So the officers of the California Homeless Union and the National Union of the Homeless could join us in a formation. And we're gonna give one to each, right?
Yeah, and I'll give them, and then Keith can go in the box and get the size of this. I don't know.
Okay.
We'll just do it.
All right. So we want people to be able to see your beautiful faces. All right. It's like constant motion, right? This is a powerful group of leaders. I think before we even have them inducted as officers, if people could give them a huge amount of appreciation and love for their service, for their leadership.
After you guys are
All right, so you should read what it says and so that people see.
size and get some good. And I think we might have some left over, so we'll see. I'm gonna be over there.
Okay. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna say these words and people are gonna repeat them, because this is a pledge, this is a commitment, you know, and we talk in this work about the 4 C's of leadership. Right? It's about clarity, being able to see the problems that are beset our society and our communities, but also the solutions that are there to solve those problems. The capacity, you know, all of our abilities, all of our effort, all that we do to make our lives and the people's lives around us better. The connection, we're not doing this alone. We are not just individuals, but we are in a community of people, and our connections and our links and our coming together and our unity, you know, matters so much. But then also there's the commitment, right? That the values of our society that just throw out people, that throw out our communities, that blame unhoused folks for contaminating water, when we are very clear that it's fracking and it's industrial waste and it's the rich and powerful of this nation and world who are really contaminating our water sources, who are really poisoning everything in society and making it unlivable. And so we have a commitment, right? We have a commitment that we're going to do everything we can do to make this place better. You know, Ron Casanova, who brought me into this work back in the 1990s, he would say, each one teach one so we can reach one more. And he always said also, keep on coming back. No matter how hard it gets, no matter the things that get in our way, we keep on coming back. We do this over and over. So after we say this kind of induction pledge, I think we should do a song. And at that point, I would love for people to really come in and surround these officers. These are the leaders of this California Homeless Union. These are the folks that are taking an oath, a pledge that says that we are going to lead and fight poverty and not the poor. So at that point, if people can kind of stand up if you're able, or sit down, but surround and remind these people that we're here together and that we're going to support them in their leadership. All right, so you're going to fill in your name. When I say I, you're going to then say your name. So I. Okay, say that a little louder so everyone knows all the beautiful names. I. All right. Do solemnly swear that I will faithfully serve as an officer of the California Homeless Union and the National Union of the Homeless. I will be guided by our mission statement to organize to end poverty and homelessness. And I will dedicate myself to building our union to the best of my ability. To the best of my ability. To the best of my ability. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Homelessness has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Homelessness has got to go. All right. So let's clap for everybody. All right. So then if folks don't mind, if you're able to stand and come and greet folks and appreciate them, and at the same time we're going to sing. Yeah, so we're just going to do this, and then they're going to get their shirts. Yes, for sure. I am a revolutionary. Should have been dead and gone, but Cass said go on. I am revolutionary. Still in the fight, and I'm still alive. All right. I am a revolutionary. Should have been dead and gone, but Casanova said go on. Revolutionary.
a revolutionary. I should have been dead and gone, but Casanova said go on. And I am a revolutionary. I'm still in the fight and I'm still alive. One more time. And I am a revolutionary. I should have been dead and gone, but Casanova said go on. I am a revolutionary. I'm still in the fight and I'm still alive. I'm still in the fight and I'm still alive. And I am a revolutionary. I should have been dead and gone, but Casanova said go on. I am a revolutionary. I'm still in the fight and I'm still alive.
So maybe Pauline will keep on singing that while folks get their sweatshirts and hoodies, right? Okay. So
going down to the rich man's house and
make sure you get the hugs in and you get the appreciation in.
Went down to the rich man's house and I what they stole from me. Took back my dignity. I took back my humanity. Well, I went down to the rich man's house and I took back what they stole from me. I took back my dignity. I took back my humanity, and now it's under my feet, under my feet, under my feet, under my feet. Ain't gonna let no system walk all over me. Let's say it. Well, I went down to the rich man's house and I took back what they stole from me. I took back. Took back. Well, I went down to the rich man's house and I took back my dignity. I took back my humanity, and now it's under my feet, under my feet, under my feet, under my feet. Ain't gonna let no system walk all over me. And now it's under my feet, under my feet, under my feet, under my feet. Ain't gonna let no system walk all over me. Well, I went down to the rich man's house and I took back what he stole from me. I took back my dignity. I took back my humanity. Well, I went down to the rich man's house and I took back what they stole from me. I took back my dignity. I took back my humanity, and now it's under my feet, under my feet, under my feet, under my feet. Ain't gonna let no system walk all over me.
So I don't know if the lunch lady made it in time. Not yet. So she's still on the road. Sorry about that. But there is chicken and pupusas, and then soon we'll have tortillas and some beef. And you're welcome to lunch. And also visit the vendor tables next door. They got a lot of services, and I don't know, make some new friends. Sign up on their memberships too. So because there's strength and solidarity. Not only those folks, not only we need help, they need help too. Because if their membership doesn't grow, then it might collapse. So support community everywhere you find it.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 1 1 1. So it's on the sub here, right? Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 1. 1 1 1 1 1 1. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 1. Yeah, see, because now it's actually kind of low.
That's way more than 60 dB.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's about, but that does seem to be what the issue was, because it sounds clean now, right? 1 2 1 2.
That one's not connected.
What is this one? One one. One two one two one two one two. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 1. I see it on sub. One, two, three. One. Pink orange. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah. Okay, so this is pink and orange.
Did you guys figure out this?
Tape this with pink above it.
I hear it. Buenas tardes. Gracias por invitarme, amigo West. Esta es la porción del programa que es en español. Get your translations. Let's see. This song is called Rosa Mutabilis. The Changing Rose is the story of a rose that lasts only one day. When it opens in the morning, it's red like blood. The dew is afraid to touch it because it does not want to get burned. Open at noon, it's hard as coral. And it's a metaphor for those things that are so beautiful but so short-lived. Dedicated to all of you, those of you who are doing the work. Felicidades. Cuando se abre en la mañana, roja como sangre está, el rocío no la toca, porque se teme quemar. Abierta en el mediodía, es dura como el coral. El sol se asoma a los vidrios. Please don't mess with my volume. Para verla relumbrar. Cuando las ramas empiezan, los pájaros a cantar. I cannot hear myself anymore. Se rebaña las tardes en las violetas del mar. Thank you. Se pone blanca con blanco de una mejilla de sal. Y cuando la noche toca, blanco cuerno de metal, y las estrellas avanzan, mientras los aires se van en la raya del oscuro, se comienza a deshojar. Rosa mutabilis, que dura solo un día, tan intenso es tu fulgor que te cuesta la vida. Rosa mutabilis, que dura solo un día, tan intenso es tu fulgor que se cuesta la vida. Rai, rai, ra, rai, ra, ra, ra. Muchas gracias. So I didn't mean to take over from Pauline, who's an incredible force of nature. Come on, Pauline. Huh? Oh, you're so sweet. Just, yeah, sure. So this is a song called Ya no hay locos. There are no crazy people in the world anymore. And it's a poem by León Felipe, a poet that was born in Spain in the early 1900s. And he died during the Civil War in Spain. My grandfather was killed because he was part of a union in Spain. He was assassinated by Franco's troops. And I didn't find out until 50 years after that happened. And my dad kept it as a secret. because he tried to survive in Franco's time. Kind of a weird thing, right? So this song says, ya no hay locos en el mundo. There are not crazy people in the world. ¿Cuándo se pierde el juicio? When do you lose your shit? When do you lose your mind? If it's not now that justice is worth less than dog's urine. So if you're one of those good crazy people, and I think you are, this is for you. And I think, Pauline, this is all up your alley. I think you're gonna find it's like E minor.
Can I take a voice memo of this and us doing this?
Sure. Ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos amigos, ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos en el mundo, ya no hay locos. Se murió aquel manchego, aquel estrafalario, fantasma del desierto. Se murió aquel manchego, aquel estrafalario, fantasma del desierto. Ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos amigos, ya no hay locos. Let's see what you got. Ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos amigos, ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos en el mundo, ya no hay locos. Cuando se pierde el juicio, yo pregunto, ¿cuándo se pierde cuándo? Si no es ahora que la justicia vale menos que el orín de los perros. Ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos amigos, ya no hay locos. Ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos amigos, ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos, ya no hay locos amigos, ya no hay locos. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Crazy enough for you? I hope you have a good lunch. Buen provecho. Anything you want to, now you take the lead, and I'll try to hold on for my life. Here you go. It's all you.
Check this out. What I want to do. Makes sense. D minor. Does that work? Beautiful. Oye, mi gente, traemos la fuerza, la libertad es mi única bandera. Oye, mi gente, traemos la fuerza, la libertad es mi única bandera. Rise up, my people, my condors, my eagles. No human being will ever be illegal. Rise up, my people, my condors, my eagles. No human being will ever be illegal. Oye, mi gente, traemos la fuerza, la libertad es mi única bandera. Oye, mi gente, traemos la fuerza, la libertad es mi única bandera. Rise up, my people, my condors, my eagles. No human being will ever be illegal. Rise up, my people, my condors, my eagles. No human being will ever be illegal. Yeah, want to take a solo? We are a new, unsettling force, and we are powerful and new. unsettling force, and we're here, a new unsettling force for liberation, and we've got nothing to lose but our chains, a new unsettling force for liberation, a new unsettling force, and we're here, a new unsettling force for liberation, and we've got nothing to lose but our chains. We are a new unsettling force, and we are powerful, a new unsettling force, and we're here, a new unsettling force of liberation, and we've got nothing to lose but our chains, and we've got nothing to lose but our chains, and we've got nothing to lose but our chains. Oye, mi gente, traemos la fuerza. La libertad es mi única bandera. Oye, mi gente, traemos la fuerza. La libertad es mi única bandera. Rise up, my people, my condors, my eagles. No human being will ever be illegal. Rise up, my people, my condors, my eagles. No human being will ever be illegal. Cause we're a new unsettling force, a new unsettling force. We're a new unsettling force. Liberation, and we've got nothing to lose. Nothing to lose but our chains, and our chains. Break every chain, break every chain, break every chain, break every chain. Want to do one more solo pass or just Thank you. I've never done anything like that before. Okay, you go, you go.
First a little selfie. Let's do this. Let's do this. Come on, come and get.
Wait to talk to you more too after this.
Get in here. Now it's official. It happened.
What's happening?
Mano con mano, hand to hand, corazón con corazón. Somos la gente, la unión. Somos solidaridad. It means mano con mano, hand to hand, heart to heart. We're the people of the union. We're solidarity. Mano con mano, hand to hand, corazón con corazón. Somos la gente, la unión, somos solidaridad. Mano con mano, hand to hand, corazón con corazón. Somos la gente, la unión, somos solidaridad. Como en el viento hay movimiento, nunca capturado, siempre bondad. Tenemos que creer que somos el viento que llora en la tormenta. En este hay libertad. Mano con mano, hand to hand, corazón con corazón. Somos la gente, la unión, somos solidaridad. Where am I to go to? Where can I run to? Everywhere around me falls the rain. Got to get away, got to get up and run. I got to find somewhere. Must they suffer this pain? Mano con mano, hand to hand, corazón con corazón. Somos la gente, la unión, somos solidaridad. Por la justicia fue crucificado, por la victoria resucitó. Traigan la madera, traigan los clavos y el tormento, la muerte. No resucitaremos. Mano con mano, hand to hand, corazón con corazón. Somos la gente, la unión, somos solidaridad. Mano con mano, hand to hand, corazón con corazón. Somos la gente, la unión, somos solidaridad. Somos solidaridad. Somos solidaridad. Muchas gracias. Thank you. No, I think I'm good. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, there's things. I just had to talk to. We're doing like we're organizing some culture workers to come to a gathering in April. I'd love to talk to you more about that.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Okay. Doing the things.
Go for it.
I wonder if we can actually. He wants to play for all of lunch.
I don't think so.
Yeah, do you think we should just take? Yeah, let's take a break and then just play some background. I love it. Love it.
Because honestly, I would have loved to have people sing along with that song, but at the same time, they need to eat too.
Yes, and there'll be other spaces. Now I know the song I have recorded, but there'll be more spaces for people.
Yeah. So.
That's that piano.
Beautiful.
Go have a plate of food.
Yeah, you too.
Oh, I will. In a second. What are you doing?
Nice thing I can't eat.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
15 minutes. We'll start. I'm going to go drive her home and come back.
Great. Should I just keep on playing piano, or should we ask them to play some house music?
Yeah, house music.
Do you think? Yeah, perfect.
I'm going to replay that.
Cool. They're in. They're get. Oh. Yes, I'll do. Yeah, we're all good. No problem. Just some like instrumental music, or no? Do you need like a playlist? Maybe people are got it. Yeah, maybe people are okay with just taking. Great.
Thank you.
Water
All right. Okay, folks, thanks for being so patient with us. Had a kind of a hiccup for lunch, but so at least you got plenty of time to network and make friends with each other, meet stronger connections with friends you already know. We're gonna do the panel a little different, than because we don't have enough time now. It's already 2:00, or close to. But we are gonna start out with Louis Rodriguez. He's got a poem for us. Yeah. My introduction doesn't do you justice.
No, it's okay. Hey, everyone. I hope now you're ready to go to sleep. Because I'll help with that. No. I'm really glad to be here, but I think what's more important for me is to tell these stories, because these stories keep us alive. These stories are what keeps us human. And the stories that I wanted to relate have to do with your good friend here, Tony Prince. And the only reason I want to do that is, I wasn't going to do that, but I was thinking, we have a hell of a story, me and Tony. We're not going to be able to tell the whole thing of it, but at least to know that we've been at this for a long time. And I know many of you have. We were in the struggle since teenagers. And I was involved with the Chicano moratorium of 1970, with 30,000 people in East LA protested the Vietnam War. The largest anti-war protest in a community of color at the time. And all kinds of people showed up. I showed up, Tony, others. I came in as a very troubled young man, but I will have to say something about the importance of struggle. People are talking about the union saved your life. Being in struggle either allows you to mature or not. But if you're in it and you really put yourself into it, you will mature very quickly. I was a very immature, dumb, young man, I have to tell you. Off the wall, I wasn't interested in anything. And the police attacked that group of protesters. I witnessed the whole thing. I got involved. I was one of the first arrested. It taught me a lot about politics and who runs this country, and poor people and what we have to do. And what happened is I ended up going to jail, but what they did with some of the troublemakers that supposedly started the rioting, which really wasn't us, it was the police that rioted, but it doesn't matter. They used this as an excuse. They put me on murder's roll because 3 people got killed during the police killed 3 people. But they were going to bring us little gangsters. And so I was put on murder's roll. I had a cell next to Charles Manson because he was going to trial at the time. And believe it or not, it was messed up. The first night I was there, 2 people wanted to cut my throat. The only thing I would say that saved me, and I tell people this, you can't be scared walking in this world. And one thing about me at 16 years old, I was 16. And I'm not that way now, but I wasn't scared of nobody. And that saved my life. I'm scared now. I'm an old dude. I'm watching my back all the time. I don't know who's coming at me. But when I was 16, I stood up to these guys up for murder, older men. I wasn't even supposed to be there. You weren't supposed to be there till you're 18. Didn't matter. I'm 16 years old. They're trying to cut my throat. I'm standing up there, but I'm not scared. And that saved my life. And I mention that because this is what I learned from that is if you're going to be in this struggle, you can't be afraid. And I'm not saying that in crime, because I didn't commit a crime. The crimes were committed against us, as it's being done with all of you. And we stand up for what's really right, not about what's the law. You know what I'm saying? And what's important is when you're standing up for what's right, you can't be fearful. You got to look everything straight in the eye. I learned that. And I want to mention that because that's the kind of guy Tony Prince was. Same kind of guy. Looked at everything that comes down. All the police and all the system and all the schools that didn't teach us nothing. and everything that put us into the worst poverty you can imagine. Look it straight in the eye. Look it straight in the eye. Because one thing we used to say when we worked in a paper mill together, we worked in a lead foundry together, we worked in a steel mill together. But one thing they used to say when you're dealing with the bosses, you know how the people that run it says, don't forget they put on their pants the same way as you do, one leg at a time. So you look them all straight in the eye, because they're not better than you, they're not smarter than you, and they're not more powerful than you, even if they think they are. We are the power even now. And the power that I learned that helped me, because I don't think any of these groups saved me, to be honest with you, but what they allowed me, they gave me the tools, the vision, the connections, and the resources to save myself. And that's really what we got to teach our young people. You should save yourself, but we'll help you get there. We'll give you what you need, but you should own that process of saving yourself from the system that's been drowning you and your family your whole lives. That's what I learned. It was important to have a vision, to have an imagination. I think the world that we're into right now is a clash of imaginations. And people don't say that because they don't think about imagination as meaningful anymore, but that's really bad. We can't have hope without imagination. If you cannot imagine a better world, how are you going to have hope for it? Your brain has got to tell you there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better world in the world that's been given to us. We can make it better for everyone. If you don't have that imagination, how are you going to carry forth? Because it is hard, I know. All the stories that this is hard, just even struggling against it. The pain that we have to go through, the people that we lost. 3 years ago, my grandson Joshua died of fentanyl. He was in the streets, homeless, 22 years old. They found him dead from the drug in an old cheap-ass SRO hotel. For several days, he stunk. You know what I'm saying. The only reason I can say this, I've cried enough for it, I've painful, but I have to tell that story. You don't want to lose your kids and grandkids to this stuff. And it keeps coming after us. My granddaughter, his sister, was in prison at the time for crystal meth. I was on heroin for 7 years. How did the next generation, my son was in prison for close to 15. That's his godfather, Tony. How did it come get my grandkids? You know what I'm saying? It keeps coming. And if I didn't have an imagination that this could be better, I don't know if I would have withstood all that. This is a clash of imaginations. What is their imagination except to be rich on your back? Except to enrich themselves in a small group of people. They got an imagination. Their imagination is to make this world beneficial for them. The rich people, the corporations, the ones that we're all dealing with. Because even poverty, as somebody pointed out, is a corporate thing. The reason why California is so successful as the fourth largest economy, because it's and also so poor, is because it's a successful capitalist state. Capitalism cannot exist without poverty. I mean, I know people tell me that's not true. Tell me any capitalist society that doesn't have poverty. It's absolutely built in. Some people benefit a small number and the rest don't. That's the way it's been. And you know one thing about capitalism? It's not God-given. It's not natural. It's a system made by human beings, very cold, greedy, dominant, power-hungry human beings. You know what I'm saying? And we can have a better imagination than that. That's why the state of California is the fourth largest economy. It's on your backs. You know what the largest state sponsored housing in the state of California is? The Department of Corrections. And you know what? It's going to bring more people because that's what they do when they criminalize homeless and poor people. They got those cells for them. It's been that way for a long, long time. It's been poor people sitting there. And even though rich people can steal and maneuver, and you know they're stealing every day, now it's in the open. We know they're stealing. Nobody can stop them. But you try to do something, you're going to get popped. You try to stand up for yourself, you're going to get popped. You try to get organized, you're going to get popped. And they got housing for you. That's the capitalist dream. That's the capitalist imagination. So we need to have another one. One that says that we all belong, and every one of us as human beings shouldn't have to pay their just to live on this earth. You have to pay your way. That's what capitalism is. You have to pay your way just to live reside on this earth. And if you can't afford it, you're not going to be able to live here. Healthcare. Healthcare is a right. People say it's not a right. Are you kidding me? But it's also a profit industry. You know, I'm diabetic. I'll tell you something about diabetes type 2. It's a total capitalist disease. Most of the cancers, total capitalist disease. The rise in dementia. My dad had dementia. My mother had Alzheimer's. A rise in the capitalist systems. These diseases aren't natural to us. But we're all suffering from it, and we can't do nothing about it, because if you're poor, you just have to die. You got to have another imagination. And that's what I hear when I hear you speaking. An imagination where your grandkids don't have to die of fentanyl. Because I'll tell you something else, I got to add this thing. Fentanyl, heroin, crystal meth, we didn't make them. It's made up, and they allowed it to come to our communities. I'm going to tell you the truth, because I know this for a fact. There wouldn't be cartels in Mexico if it wasn't for the United States of America. The CIA created the cartels in Mexico. And if you know that, you've been there, you know it. And they're talking about, well, we're going to attack these cartels. You created them. This government created these cartels. And they're making money through them. Because you think that this is, Mexico's isolated and all they do is bring in drugs? The U.S. makes money by feeding the guns into Mexico. There's a big industry of guns into Mexico. You need to know something. In Mexico, there's only one manufacturer and gun seller in the whole country. You can't buy guns in Mexico in the shop. Only one in Mexico City, and that's for police. On the border, on the U.S. side, there's 4,000 gun shops. So you can get any gun you want, and guess what? Some of it is coming through Mexico. People make a lot of money. People are dying in Mexico to feed the drug problem here. And then our kids are dying in here, in this country, to make sure it gets into the hands of people. It's all set up. That's their imagination. Set us all up. Well, I'm tired of being set up. I have to fight them with another vision, another dream. And we got to talk about dreams, because that's the thing that kills us if you can't dream no more. And I know, when you're in the streets, you don't got nothing, your dreams start going away really quickly. Your imagination starts getting very closed. My poor mom and dad were just working class people. I say poor because they're past. They just worked, that's all they knew. So they couldn't imagine anything for me except to work in that industry that me and Tony and others worked in. Go to LA now. That used to be the largest manufacturing center in the whole country. Go there now. It's all gone. Where's the steel mill, Tony? Where's the St. Regis paper mill? Yeah, where's National Lead? All these industries. Go to Chicago. He worked in U.S. Steel in Chicago. Go to Chicago. What's it called? The big shoulders industry, stockyards. It's all gone. And at the same time that industry left, because we witnessed it, Ronald Reagan came in, and drugs, crack, came in through the CIA, through Mexico. They created a perfect storm so that our own people and our own kids will fall right into that trap. And that's the trap that hurt the Union of the Homeless the first time. I know, because we were part of it. I was a revolutionary journalist reporter, and I would go to Philadelphia. That's how I met Liz and all these other people. We've known each other for a long time. And we've been in this struggle a long time. But what keeps us going is we have another dream. We have another imagination. And you need to have one with us. There is no way in this world for human beings to be homeless, to be on drugs, to be undocumented. It's a made-up thing. People make up this stuff. And they were all dying and killing each other to impose it. There's no way. We need to imagine another world. And that's really what I want to help you understand and get you to be part of. That greater imagination. That one that I'm part of, that I want you all to be part of. Because I know what's going to put us together is that we have another vision. And I don't care where you're at, that vision unites us. Because the real divide in this country is not between black, brown, and white. That's what they're telling you. It's not between this religion and that religion. It's not between whether you got documents or you don't. It's not even between MAGA and non-MAGA. It's not even between left and right. The real division is that we forget that we're all in the same boat and we all have to put on our pants the same way everybody does, one leg at a time. That we're all the same people. And even with all beautiful individualized lives and everything that we got that's just ours, we all in the stream, that human stream of human beings. And so I want you to get back to an imagination that's not fantastic, that's not just sitting somewhere pie in the sky, as they would say, even though I like David Thoreau's saying, Henry David Thoreau, somebody says, well, it's all pie in the sky. And he says, well, there's nothing wrong with pie in the sky, just build a foundation and ground under it. So have the big dreams, have the imagination, but let's then organize and build that foundation and ground to make these dreams reality. That's what my parents would say. And I just want to just end with that, because I don't want to add too much more. I want to say something about my parents. My mom and dad worked really hard. My mom, when I was 9 years old, told me, it's time for you to work. We lived in Watts and then in East LA. And I lived in one of the poorest neighborhoods in LA County at the time. And there was two really poor neighborhoods. He lived in one, Aliso Village. And mine was South San Gabriel. You know, they're both gentrified and gone. Aliso Village is gone. South San Gabriel is gone. It's all gentrified. But the two poorest neighborhoods in LA County were those two neighborhoods. But I want to mention this because my mom told me at 9 years old, time for you to work. Because at 9 years old, she was picking cotton in South Texas. That's why. So I worked, and work kept me going, even when I got into gangs, even when I got into drugs, even when I was in and out of jail and juvenile facilities and everything else. What allowed me to get through all this is that self-discipline that it takes to have to work and try to make something different. And that's one thing my parents did instill in me. And I have to give that to them, because that has kept me going through long, long things, a lot of hard things, even when my grandson passed. The hard things that you have to face in this world, even when my granddaughter in prison, she just got out, and my son in prison for 15 years. And now they're trying to do good. But what keeps them going is they got a dream, they got a vision, and they got the discipline. And that's what's going to keep you going. Stand with us. Stand strong. The Union of the Homeless is the future because of what you bring into this world. It's different than anybody else. Your dreams and vision is what we need, and it's one that we got to take to the world. Take that dream out there. Don't let the dream of Donald Trump or all these people who are just narrow and profiting off us. Have another dream. The dream that really fits into nature, really fits into God, really fits into who we are as human beings. Thank you all very much.
You know, I keep getting told to breathe, but you know, it's hard. So thank you very much, Louis. I only didn't miss the last sentence, but I heard everything else. So I wanted to throw out there, you know, we're going to have to do a change of schedule because we're kind of running out of time. We wasted a lot. But I want to do the pro se lawsuit panel right now, and I don't have the names up, but if you see yourself on the program, please come on up to this panel, and we'll talk about pro se lawsuits for about 25 minutes, half an hour, and thank you very much. No, this is going to be powerful, man. This is the nitty-gritty on how you get stuff done. You've got to do it in writing, and you got to confront people directly.
got this.
Keith, I need you.
Yeah, all right. Just started. My name is Robbie Palson. I'm from Marin County. And I guess, do you guys want to introduce yourselves, or want me to start off?
You can go ahead, Robbie.
So
take the lead.
All right. So pro se lawsuits. What are pro se? Does anybody know what pro se lawsuit is? What do you say? That's right. So when you say pro se lawsuit, what you're saying is you're filing a lawsuit without an attorney. We have great attorneys, but we only have like one. Maybe two, maybe three. There's a couple. But it's you can count them on your hands, right? And they're all very busy. So the majority of lawsuits right now in the Bay Area has actually been people filing their own lawsuits, usually with some help from somebody that has some experience, but it's people file their own lawsuits. So like an example of this, it's on the board over there too. You guys see this is a handwritten lawsuit, right? It looks pretty rough, pretty rough. And then, so that was H.U.G.S v. City of San Rafael. So this was a camp that was, they wanted to sweep them in the middle of a rainstorm, flood advisory, no shelter, right? So all this handwritten notes got this. It looks a little more formal, huh? It's all typed up. That's a restraining order. It's a federal restraining order. A judge said you can't sweep these people in the middle of the rain. And so there's a lot of little lawsuits like that. Sometimes they are very successful. Frequently, they get only a little bit of relief. But we recently had a big injunction in Vallejo that started out as a self-represented litigant. That's Alfred v. Vallejo, first injunction since grants passed. Started out as a pro se lawsuit, pretty rough. So that's what we want to talk about and share, that broaden people's horizons, that the law is available. There's a lot of things, practical problems that can be solved with a lawsuit, so with that, I'll pass it off to somebody else who
Well, I can give a couple of examples in Santa Cruz where we have chosen to go this route. During COVID-19, one of the CDC guidelines was do not sweep encampments. Instead, bring supplies and outreach workers to them. Because what happens is if you displace the encampment, and this goes, for everybody, but during COVID, it was extremely important. When you displace that population, you lose access to them, and then you have to find them again. So the recommendation by the CDC was for a reason. It was to give people a chance to get educated, potentially get vaccinated if that was something that they chose to do, and get services to them. Against CDC guidelines, the city of Santa Cruz was going to break up a very large encampment. We wrote letters, we brought it to their attention. Unfortunately, they proceeded to move forward with that plan. An injunction was the only thing that stopped the city from doing that and basically forced the city to follow CDC guidelines. And it's crazy to me that a group of people within the community, instead of our city leaders, we had to take we had to force the city to do what was right. And the city was willing to go against CDC guidelines. That's not the only time that we've used that, but that's a really good example, is that, a lot of times your city or county is not doing the right thing. They may not even be doing what is legal, but in order to get some traction or to get a remedy from that, you often have to challenge that. Unfortunately, that is in court a lot of times. These lawsuits, they do take a lot of work. They take, plaintiffs a lot of times. We have to go out and we have to get declarations. We have to prepare the case ourselves. But it's not impossible, and it is something that is definitely in our power to do. And I will say that, homeless people are often counted out, but when a homeless union and a group of homeless people do things like this and make these type of accomplishments, it really gives the city a run for their money. It shows them that we are totally capable. You know, when I was homeless, I ran for city council. So like homeless people can do amazing things. So never ever let somebody tell you, you know, you have to be treated without dignity, or that you're told what to do, or that there's no possible hope for you, you know, to get a remedy from a situation that the city or county might be doing to you, or something that's happened to you. You can fight for your rights. You can start a pro se lawsuit. These things are difficult, but they're not impossible. Yeah. And so we as a panel up here would like for you to know that, you know, we are an example for you to take back to your city, and don't be pushed around. You know, do like us, you know. We have templates. We're always available to talk to people, you know, if you're having an issue and it's something that you would like to do in your city, you know, we support that. Lawsuits are not always, you know, the solution, but oftentimes it's a power that the city and counties are not willing sometimes to mess with. I know a few months back, we let them know if they proceeded with an unjust RV ban and towing ordinance, they were going to make every car that's not registered deemed inoperable and tow your vehicle away, and then not give you the right to get it back. They were just going to start crushing vehicles. We went into that meeting and we said, look, we'll sue you. And that was enough. That time, that was enough. That's so right. I'm going to pass it to Crystal now, but I just want you guys to know that.
Yeah. Oh, maybe. I don't know. How about that one? Oh, that one's on. All right. So what's really important about pro se lawsuits is, number one, what's happening? Okay, so declarations are important. So what is a declaration? A declaration is your story. What is happening to you? How is it impacting you? What harms are coming to you? I'm super petty when we do stuff around sweeps. I really am. The city of Sacramento will tell you they can't stand me for it. Because I will tell people to document every single thing in your encampment, including that cigarette butt on the ground, if it means something to you. And so again, for pro se lawsuits, it's people standing up. There isn't a lawsuit unless you are standing up for your own rights. And so it's important to talk a little bit about declarations. So during COVID, we got a writ of mandate against the city of Sacramento for them to stop sweeping encampments. But how did we do that? We took our thank you. We took our homeless union members and we got 170 declarations in 2 days. And what came across that was that people were being tagged, number one. There was a commonality across all of these declarations. One, they were being tagged. Two, they were taking all of their belongings. 3, they couldn't protect themselves or shelter in place during this pandemic. And so a really huge part of these pro se lawsuits, I'm not the legal guru here, I'll tell you that right now. But the biggest part, again, is getting your story, your testimony, your power of like, hey, this is what's happening. This is how it's going to hurt me. And no, I'm not going to allow you to do that.
Anthony.
Well, I'll just, this work? That works. Well, let me just say this. I've done some traveling around California and also other states, and I'm continually amazed when I meet people, homeless organizers and others, and what they tell me, like I met a group of people up in state of Washington, in Kings County, and they signed an agreement with the county at one point, and they had a homeless organization, and the agreement was that homeless organization would become an integral part of a body that was going to actually make some decisions about things that affected homeless people. But within a short space of time, they left the homeless part of it out altogether. And they had a contract which said that the homeless component was just as much entitled to be part of that decision making as the the more professional types and all that. And they just breached the contract and left them in the dust, and it had happened like 2 years ago. They didn't know what to do. And so I said, okay. And they said, well, we can't find a lawyer. We can't find a lawyer to do anything. We can't find a lawyer to help us with this thing. I said, well, you don't need a lawyer. You can actually file a suit for a specific performance of the contract yourself. What? I mean, everywhere I go, and it's not, I can understand it. Because usually when you hear about someone
who's representing themselves in court without a lawyer, who is it usually? Usually some criminal defendant. Some guy, right? He said, well, I'm going to defend myself. And every once in a while you see someone who just is determined to be their own lawyer, you know, in court. But for the most part, people don't think, this is what I've discovered, that they don't associate, they don't have that concept that if you can't find an attorney, you are completely, legally enabled, empowered, and have a right under the law to file your own lawsuit. Not only can you file your own lawsuit, but the court is supposed to give a pro se plaintiff, or if you're a defendant, if you're an unrepresented party, the court is required to give you a lot more leeway than they give a professional attorney. And so the beauty of pro se, the pro se system, the pro se concept, is that you speak in your own voice. You tell your own story, like the things we've been talking about here today, and you write them down on a piece of paper, either hand, you know, like that, or you can type it, or whatever it has to be. Or Robbie Powelson hands you a template, marches in and hands you a template that you can fill out to assist you in making your claim. And the next thing you know, the city of so-and-so has to file a response. The county this and that, some big head, some big shot, has to actually reply to this little lawsuit that was filed by a single homeless individual. That is freaking empowering. Don't you see that? I mean, we can see that, right? And they have to sit in the same courtroom. I remember when we had the Ross Camp hearing, and Keith was there. He testified on behalf. Of course, Crystal was there. That was a pro se lawsuit. That was brought not by the union, not by, there was no attorney. Now, I will say that Judge Davila let me argue it. He let me call witnesses and whatnot. Ooh, the city of Santa Cruz was not happy about that. Mr. Prince either has to come in as attorney of record or not, but the main force, the main significance of that was that it was a pro se lawsuit, and the original complaint, did you write that complaint?
Yeah.
Okay, was written by Alicia. She wrote that complaint. And you know, at the hearing, and it went on for 2 days, and we called a bunch of witnesses to the stand, but Judge Davila was tricked by the city of Santa Cruz, because what they told him on the witness stand, their city officials, we have plenty of housing. If we break up that camp, the one that was described behind the Ross store where Alicia was parked and living in her van, we have plenty of alternative housing. They'll be fine. And in fact, when Judge Davila denied the application for an injunction to stop them from closing Ross Camp, he cited specifically to the city's representations that we knew it was not true, but he relied upon that, and we lost. But I tell you what, we didn't get up on the board, but one of my favorite photographs is one of us coming out of court, and here's all the media standing on the sidewalk in front of the federal district court down there in San Jose. And everyone is smiling. Everyone's got a big grin on their face. And so the media said, well, you won? And said, no, we lost. But we won. We won. You know why? Because we leveled the playing field. And we were able to create a record, a court official record that will be there forever of what is actually going on. And we empowered ourselves. They had to listen to us. And we got to cross-examine their witnesses. And we put on the evidence. Now, we didn't get that injunction, but that was an empowering process. And that's why we're all smiling, all right? Yeah. And the media had never heard anything like that before. 2 years later, when we had the Santa Cruz, when we did have the local union, and, you know, we built the union not by marching and we're the leaders or let's put an ad in the paper, you know, do you want to, but there's leadership already out there. You guys, Alicia had been running the council that interacted back and forth with the city of Santa Cruz at Ross Camp for 6 months.
Anthony found me.
Yeah. I found her. One good thing I know how to do is I think pretty good at finding someone. That's a leader right there. And so we don't have to invent a leader. We don't have to substitute ourselves. We don't have to say, I'm here to take it. We look, because you guys are, the people are producing leadership. You know, I don't care. They may have more, you know, some guy with more degrees than the thermometer call himself a leader,
But, okay, you may not have a single degree, but you have lived experience. You studied what goes on around you. And maybe you have cracked a book or two. Or maybe you've been in court. Because Alicia was a pro se defendant in an eviction case against and that's how she became homeless in the first place. A lot of homeless people have been in and out of them courts. And they've learned a thing or two. So all I'm trying to say here is that it's not just that you can stop a bad thing, and sometimes you can. And Robbie has a tremendous success record. I'm telling you, it's a beautiful thing. We had a guy in one of our camps, and all he wanted to do was leave for 1 week to go visit family. And the city of Sausalito said no, and they started imposing all these rules on a camp that was actually protected by a court. I found out about these unilateral rules later. And they said, you can't go, and if you leave for more than a week, your spot in the camp is gone. What? So he filed, that was a pro se suit, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he filed his own lawsuit, and he was seeking a very simple thing, which was, can I go visit my family? Why do I have to become kicked out of here just to go see my family, all right? And so he won. Yeah. And there he was on Zoom or whatever it was, sitting in his raggedy ass, thing over there in the by that time they'd pushed us into the tennis courts. Right. It was ridiculous. And meanwhile, this judge is sitting up behind the bench, and the city's attorneys are sitting there in their fancy offices, and he got his injunction. That's right. So that's important to when you get that first win. What have you learned? I can win. I may lose the next time, but I won the first time, or I lost the first time, but I won the second time. So if you can win, it's possible to win again. So that's very empowering. Yeah. The other thing, if I say one more thing? Yeah. And that is, I'll tell you another thing. You learn, have you ever noticed that every once in a while in one country, a weapon will fall into the hands of a so-called enemy country? You know what I'm saying? Some drone or something like that. And what do? They take that weapon and they reverse engineer it. They take it apart because they want to make that weapon or make a better weapon. So one of the things that happens when you're a pro se plaintiff and you get into that system, you learn that weapon that they're using against us, usually, right? You reverse engineer it, you learn about it, and you learn to operate it and make a better, more effective, not a violent weapon. I don't want to get too military here, but what I'm trying to say is that it's very important. And that's why Robbie and Alicia and Crystal, they perform at a level which is better, higher than a second or third year attorney. And I'm here, I know second year, third. They are better. They know how to put a case together, file a declaration. They know what the evidence needs to be. They know what the other side's motions are going to look like. I'm telling you, I heard, someone told me just the other day that they talked to a lawyer, some so-called people's lawyer, and he told them, we never go to federal court because we're not going to get any result in federal court. Oh, you're not going to go to federal court? Guess who is going to federal court every damn day against us? Yeah, right. So you're going to go ahead, surrender that field to them. We're not going to surrender any field to them, to our adversary, are we? We're going to be right there with them, toe to toe, like Louis just said, right at the eye to eye. So that's the other advantage of even if you don't have an attorney, you're going to get in there. You're going to learn what's being used against us, and you're going to turn it around, and in many cases, use it against them. But win, lose, or draw, like I said earlier, we're learning how to fight.
Yeah, that's right. And I will say, yeah, we go to federal court a lot. One of the reasons federal court is good is because it's better funded than state court. You don't have to, even though like this court, usually when you file a lawsuit, it's hundreds and hundreds of dollars, and you got to get somebody to serve it, and it's very expensive. But when you're low income, you get free lawsuit, you do a fee waiver, and then they handle service and everything for you. And they're pretty responsive. So like when you file a complaint, and then you file with your complaint a motion for temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction, usually under the 14th Amendment, state-created danger doctrine, which is the injunction we got with Alfred v. Vallejo, Boyd v. City of San Rafael. Those were started as pro se, and actually like held camps down indefinitely. Or the Americans with Disability Act, which we have an injunction in Berkeley right now, which has been basically because the Berkeley is not engaging with a disability interactive process. So this camp, it's been here for a whole year now. When they tried to, and we've blocked it. Started out as a pro se lawsuit as well, you know, and then you keep on looking for attorneys, you know, because it's really good to have an attorney, but obviously there's very few attorneys. But if you can get in and you can get a TRO, you're more likely to get an attorney. We had one person on Richardson Bay. They filed a TRO pro se. They got it. They were living on a boat. And as soon as that happened, a big law firm took notice and just came in, took it, worked up a settlement. They ended up getting around $35,000. And, you know, it was a success for them. So it's doable.
I just want to say, too, even though I'm sitting up here, I want to give a huge shout out to Keith McHenry with Food Not Bombs. Because without Keith McHenry and Food Not Bombs, I don't think I could have, you know, excelled as much as I have with the Homeless Union and done as much as I have. Keith helps me with a lot of different stuff, from, you know, moral assistance to sometimes helping me get from place to place. So without that, I probably wouldn't be here. Keith has helped sustain me through these years and kept me going. And then I also want to open it up, like, is anybody have any questions? I would really, really hate to leave the room today and think like somebody had a question or could have excelled further and we didn't answer that question.
I just want to say really quickly, TRO stands for Temporary Restraining Order. We're really bad with acronyms, guys.
Not so much a question as much as advice for everybody. One of the things that works particularly well is to go after ADA violations, because that is something that becomes very, very difficult for municipalities and counties to be able to counter. And so I would just suggest that you look for that edge.
That's a wonderful thing to mention. Yeah, a lot of these things have to also do with Disability Rights Act and things like that help us in our lawsuits by mentioning them and getting other agencies involved too. It might be a pro se lawsuit, but that doesn't mean that you don't have other plaintiffs that are signing on with you. So like, you know, you might have Food Not Bombs, the Homeless Union, it might be DREF, Disability Rights Advocates, or all of that helps solidify and make your case stronger. Crystal?
So I know Anthony Prince. I don't know everyone up here, but I have a question. Can I get information to connect with you after this? I think that the work that you've done and that you're doing is awesome. I know Anthony Prince. I started with everybody with the Homeless Union here in Salinas, even though my name is not on there, Wes. But I was starting with Anthony Prince, and he taught us a lot of stuff, and we did a lot of stuff out here. But I just want to know if I can connect with you all.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's what we're here for.
Hi, my name is Herman Barahona with the Sacramento Environmental Justice Coalition. There's plenty of evidence that's saying that certain parts of California will be uninhabitable due to climate. And this is happening now, and it's going to be happening for the rest of the century. Conversation like to coordinate and prepare for these natural disasters that are definitely going to be very impactful for the poor. We are going to bear the brunt of climate change, while the elite are protecting themselves through authoritarian ways or other ways to exclude people, working and poor people.
You want to take something?
I can start it. Well, we can start it. Huh? He introduced himself. He's with Sacramento. So yes, we definitely are the most impacted to the most devastation. When we get the weather, report, okay, we love rain, we love puddles, right? But at the end of the day, there's people living on our streets, there's people living in extreme. It always gets me on this because I always say that all pathways lead to homelessness, right? Climate change, just all the different things. And so I think we have to continue to, like I said earlier, our own networks that protect each other. We know that when these climate things happen, these big events, the floods, whatever it is, we are the ones that are out there. It is not ever, there is never a protocol for those experiencing homelessness. Now, you will see at the state level, emergency services, big deal. Fires are here, and you will see homelessness falls in the vulnerable category, but we're not treated as a vulnerable category. So what we've often seen, especially here in Sacramento, is that we will have huge flooding. I mean, literally, they're having to evacuate our prison or, you know, or jails down there. And there is no for the unhoused. We have fought really hard in Sacramento, specifically to come up with a plan, not only through lawsuits, but just in general. And so we have flooding, and we have extreme heat. We have fought for respite, and what that respite looks like, of course, we want it way better than it is. But what we have required is that through our fights that they monitor the weather stations, and that they have to open respite. 24-hour respite has to be, a lot of the cities we still see really, what is it called? So a lot of this Amador County, the lady that was just here that just left, Amador County, their threshold right now is, I literally got into an argument with them over 34 degrees versus 32 degrees. Okay, 32 degrees is zero freezing, it's freezing outside, right? They were arguing with me that they didn't need to open a respite at 34 degrees. That's not the technical meaning of freezing. And so we had a lady die in those conditions. So again, we need to have like a forefront, you know, fight together on what we want to do when it comes to our conditions, our environmental concerns. But the big thing has been heat. We had a heat lawsuit. I'll let Anthony talk a little bit more about that. But our heat lawsuit, we went out and we monitored for 3 years on the ground, in the shade, in the RVs, in the tents, showing the temperatures exceeding 200 degrees, and people are living in these conditions. And there was no respite, nowhere for people to go. And so we fought that. We actually got an injunction 3 years in a row, stopping the Sacramento from sweeping people from underneath trees out of shade areas. And we kept going about all that, but.
Armand Barahona was right there with his thermometer in those tents, helping us with that case. Not only that, but the Sacramento Environmental Justice Coalition signed on in an amicus brief when the city took us to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, even after we got the injunction. 3 years. They didn't like that. They didn't like the fact that we forced the city to not hurt people. So they went to the Ninth Circuit, and the very first organization that listed, one of the first organizations on a brief supporting our fight in the appeals court was the Sacramento EJ. So I just want to make that, identify the questioner and point out how important it is to we can't just be homeless. We got to bring professionals. The medical community was critical. The encampment medical team, these nurses came in from school, from nursing school in Sacramento and from Davis. And this woman, Kim Lau, I always forget her name, Kim. Yeah, Kim. She was a nurse. She signed declarations. She formed the encampment medical team. It led to a permanent street medicine organization. So the lawyers, the scientists, the writers, the journalists, the media, we cannot build this union if we don't involve these other aspects of society. I mean it. And so that's one of the things that we have to bear in mind, and Herman and SAC EJC is a very good example of that.
And we're not afraid to take those things to court, right? Because again, all paths cross into homelessness. I worked for the county of Sacramento for a while, and we had a county worker literally living behind our building, and she would go to work every day. And so we don't see that as any difference, and we're not afraid to like take all of these fights that intersect within homelessness and poverty to court if that's where we're going, whether it be through pro se lawsuits or it be through, you know, a storm in the streets, however we got to do that. I don't know if do we have a mic?
Hey everyone, Keith McHenry.
Okay, there you go. So when Anthony mentioned the federal building in Oakland, it recalled me of my first pro se civil rights lawsuit. So San Francisco Food Not Bombs had been getting arrested. Then we were supposed to get an environmental health permit. So the city had this great idea of giving you a list of 10 things you had to get to qualify, and they did it every week, 10 more things, 20 more things, and so on. So this person that was eating with us had just gotten out of San Quentin. He said, why don't you do a civil rights lawsuit? So he and I sat on a bench in front of City Hall, and we wrote up on scratch paper a civil rights lawsuit. Then I went and I typed it up, and I went to Hastings Law School and found some the pleading paper in there, and I just cut the little lines off and taped it on and made Xeroxes, right? So then I'm in there with the city attorney and with Judge Peckham, for whom that's what reminded me, because the federal building's named after him. So the first thing he goes is, where'd you get this pleading paper? And I say, I went to Hastings and just took some old lawsuits out of the trash and taped them on. He goes, oh, that's very good. And we won. He ruled in our favor. So there you go.
That's hilarious.
Hi. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm going to take this off for a second. So just quick context. So about a year and a half ago, me and some comrades tried to file a pro se, help folks file it. And basically the judge was like, nah. And not because of anything that we filed it, they just didn't think it really had any standing. So anyways, so the sweep went on, and then they had another court date like months in advance. Is there any purpose of like continuing that even after like they've rejected it, like the initial TRO, and they've been swept already?
Yeah, I think that really depends. I think frequently a lot of these, when you file a TRO, if it doesn't go away, people do a voluntary dismissal, because that way you don't have to go through years of litigation. Like I've done a pro se lawsuit for getting fucked with by these police in Sausalito, and it took me like 2 years and all this motions, and I find after like 2 years of work, I'm getting like $7,500, which is cool, but it like took a long time, and it took a lot of like, and so some people may not be in a position to prosecute a lawsuit to completion. Some people might. Kind of depends on where you're at. Most people usually with these restraining orders, and like people are just, they're working so hard to survive, it's called a DWAP, dismissal without prejudice, and then you can dismiss with that if you, within those first, before they file an answer to your complaint, which is usually several months after you actually file, basically you could just make the lawsuit disappear for the most part. Like you retain all your claims if you can like sue later for damages or something, or you get an attorney at some other point. So yeah.
I think
feel
it's
like it's like
overwhelming.
yes and
Just
no.
yeah, I think it's like overwhelming. Like I understand what you're saying too. Like right, we go through the processes, we get it right, and we get frustrated because the sweeps end up happening. Right, we fought really hard. And at the end of the day, though, what we need to understand is, number one, we're empowering people to take those rights, whether it just be that step of filing that lawsuit or coming together as a community, as comrades coming together and saying, hey, like, nah, we're not going to do this. We're going to do what we can to the extent that we can. And so I would consider, like, just continue to go. And yes, it feels overwhelming, but at the end of the day, we've won lawsuits and we've lost a lot of lawsuits. And in the process, we've lost people and we've had sweeps and we've had all those things. But again, that empowerment that comes forward of standing up for yourself and saying, no, we're not doing this, that's number one. Number two, I know in Sacramento, we're highly visible. So if we file a lawsuit, I can file a lawsuit, you stole my candy, we have a problem. I'm gonna make sure that everybody knows about it. And so we're becoming more, it's becoming more seen. So your claims on sweeps and things like that, those are being, if we have one claim of a sweep or we have 30 claims of a sweep, right, we're gonna start paying attention the more that we do this.
That's what I was going to point out as well, is that, whether or not these are always successful, it adds to the voice, and it adds the voice to your local chapter of the homeless union, because a lot of times these things make the media, they make the local news, or things like that. And what it is a chance for your voice. It's a chance for you to call out what the actual problem is. And we know that a lot of times the city and county, we wouldn't have to file these if they were taking care of things. But, a lot of times the general community, general public doesn't even know that, these things are happening, or that the city or county is keeping these things a secret, or shutting off funding to this program, or quietly trying to enact this ordinance that's going to make it so that your vehicle that's not registered anymore can get towed and crushed. A lot of times the general public doesn't even know these things are happening. So anytime that you can get the word out, talk to your local media, send them a copy of your pro se lawsuit. Send it right on over to your local reporter. Let the community that you're in know that these things are happening. Invite them to join you in the fight.
Lastly, I would say the other part of that is with every step that we take, we're shifting the narrative and removing the power that they have over us when they oppress us, and continue to do that. They think they want us to move in silence, right? But every step that we take, that makes us move our narrative, and it makes us move as a loud voice, no matter how small that voice is.
Can I just add one short thing? If you're denied, I'm sorry, real quick. If you're denied a temporary restraining order, which happens, the standard is you have to show them something bad's going to happen. We want the court to stop it from happening. Sometimes the court will say, well, I don't think it's going to happen right away. It has to be imminent. And that's a matter of judgment by the court. But you know what you do then? Then you, like I do, file another one as the harm comes closer. Or I'll say, usually after a TRO, they have to give the person a hearing. And so then you have a chance to actually speak. And if I get denied there, I'll go, well, Your Honor, if we actually see this harm take place, the one we're saying is going to take place, but you don't want to restrain it now, can we come back into court and refile for a preliminary injunction? Well, of course. Well, it gets worse. So in we come. You got to be aggressive. You got to be persistent. These are your rights. We got to fight to defend. It's a First Amendment right to file a lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? And just to file it, to have it dismissed without a justification or thrown out, that's no. Keep at it. Keep at it.
All right, Wes.
Thank you.
Is it karaoke time now?
Off of that, and ready to go, and let's go file a lawsuit. Blood from a turnip. But okay, so our last one that we're going to do for the day, because we've been through a loop and long, exhausting day. We're going to have one more panel of established camps around the state and county. We're going to combine it. So we're looking for Jason Saris. Don't have anybody from Cobb on Wood or Wood Street Commons. Keith McHenry would be good. And someone from Hope Haven, and Miriam Smith, and Bella Maddox. And sorry I don't have any name tags for anybody. Oh, yeah. I know, huh? What a rude host. Yeah, the ramp's on this side. And let Miriam get this in seat. Okay. Take that chair out the window. Wait, how many is? You got one more? Is there enough room for 5?
Okay, we can keep moving down.
Yes or no?
You gotta come up here. Maybe take your chair on the floor. There you go. Okay, we can. Good. There we go.
So for me, this is the most important right here is how did you develop the camp? How did you maintain the camp? What kind of health and safety standards did you have? Or, and how did you build community? Those are kind of questions I'm looking at, because this is stuff that you've done in the past, but we're looking at today and tomorrow, and perpetuating stability out of this.
Oh yeah.
Hello?
Hello. Can microphone check 1 2. My name is Anthony, and I'm grateful to have the chance to speak with you today. Before we became organized, life felt unpredictable and overwhelming. Many of us were focused on surviving moment to moment without clear direction or support. When challenges came, we forced them individually, and that made everything harder. It was easy to feel disconnected, unheard, and unsure of what the future might hold. Over time, we learned that things could be different. By coming together and organizing as a community, we created stability where there had once been uncertainty. We began communicating more clearly, supporting one another, and taking responsibility for our shared space. Organization helped us build trust not only with each other, but with the border community too. Today we approach the challenges with more confidence. We problem solve together, we look out for one another, we take pride in maintaining a cleaner and safer environment. Most importantly, we've learned that having structure and unity allows us to advocate for ourselves with dignity. This progress did not happen on its own. I want to thank May for her continued support and guidance. Your willingness to listen and offer advice helped us more forward with purpose. I would also like to thank Wes for his encouragement and for standing with our community. Your support has meant a great deal. Thank you to Robbie for taking the time to meet with us, hear our concerns, and share your experience. Being listened to made a meaningful difference. And I want to thank everyone here today who believes in the importance of organization, compassion, and respect. When people are agreeing the opportunity to work together, positive changes become possible. Our journey continues, but what we have learned is clear. Community is built through care, accountability, and hope. Thank you.
So I wanted to start out today. This is Martin Luther King weekend, birthday. And 12 months ago, I think today, but it might be the 16th of January, Cornelius Taylor was killed sleeping in a tent when they were doing a homeless sweep in front of the King Center in preparation for the Martin Luther King celebration there with Congressperson Warnock, Reverend Warnock. And I can't imagine what a more fitting tragedy, maybe fitting or whatever, but it's just incredible that they would kill a homeless person to clear the space of homeless people so that they could celebrate the life of Martin Luther King Jr. So my first encampment experience was actually a group of unhoused people had set up a camp to protest in front of City Hall in San Francisco, and they invited Food Not Bombs to provide food at that camp. So we set up a 24-hour-a-day restaurant right in front of City Hall, and we were able to maintain that and that camp as a protest for 27 days. And it was that was in, I think that's in '89. And they were inspired actually by what they were seeing the students in Tiananmen Square protesting in China. And they called it Tenement Square as a result. Then when I meet Alicia Cool, this is around the issue of what we called Ross Camp. And so what had happened, what started Ross Camp was a number of unhoused people, particularly trying to take care of women, and this is often a real issue in the homeless community, of women having to sleep by themselves on riverbanks and so on, is not so safe. So they were starting to gather themselves in this vacant lot right behind Ross Dress for Less, which is now New Leaf, and which is now becoming a camp again, oddly enough. And so it was at the time we were trying to negotiate with the chief, the fire chief, because the idea was, they could burn up and die and so on, and so we negotiated, and we actually had so much of the community came out, and we're trying to get big paths wide enough for a fire truck or ambulance to get through, and of course it would limit the total number of people that could fit in this space, but the people that would fit in the space would be safe. And unfortunately, we ended up having to do the lawsuit, and the city lied that they would have places for everybody. So their trick there was, I think they might have issued hotel vouchers for 2 nights to about 20 people, and then they kicked some people out of one of the shelters and then replaced them with the people from Ross Camp. Right? This pattern is endless. This is how they do it, and then unfortunately, one of our friends, it's in the Homeless Union, Desi, moved up into the woods with many people up in the Pocanip, and then there was the very heavy winds and a redwood tree, which she was going to warn people to get out of the area because the Diablo winds could be really dangerous in the redwoods, and she had been a California, worked for the California Forest, I don't know, what's that called, even forest fire people? My dad was in that. Everybody was in it. I don't know, forget the name. But anyway, so anyway, she got crushed by her falling redwood tree, and so we have a slogan in Santa Cruz that the city lied and Desi died, and so then in response to that, we started another camp in the same area. And that one was because the union was organizing it and Food Not Bombs was organizing it. We had it somewhat pre-designed. So we rented both ADA compliant portable toilet. We got rented hand washing station and another toilet. We had a entry place where you would come in this gate, you would sign in. We actually had the kind of the guidelines for the camp, which we have a pile of those in the other room on the Food Not Bombs table, and it was self-governing, and it was doing pretty well. Unfortunately, or fortunately for me, but unfortunately for a lot of other people potentially, I happened to be visiting. I went to El Salvador the next day after we started the camp, and I get a frantic calls in San Salvador about what's going on, and I guess one of our members got arrested. But it was up until that point, it was a very organized, self-managed camp, and if you weren't fighting the government, that could actually happen. That's where people that live outside know how to survive. They know how to build community. They live in community. People basically just need to be left alone, and there needs to be land that isn't. That was vacant land. I don't know who owned it. Maybe the Caltrans or something, partially. But it's possible easily for unhoused people without any coordination with governments or agencies or corporations can actually make their own encampment and do it successfully. And it provides a huge amount of safety particularly for the women who had initially populated that camp primarily because of what they were going through when they were having to live in doorways by themselves or with just a couple of other people. So there you are.
Hi, my name is Bella. Okay. I didn't wake up one day and just say, I think I want to be homeless. I know a lot of homeless people are one of the nicest people I have met. A lot of the nicest people I have met. They're just tired of all the bullshit of being kicked around. But anyways, my journey began 12 years ago, when my mother passed away, we had to sell her house, and I bought an RV. This is when my awful journey of homelessness began. I then went to Lapis Road, where we started it. We had like 70, by the time we got done after 2 years, we had like 70 RVs out there. We had our own little family out there, and Wes come out there, and I met Wes out there, and we started what's it called? Homeowners Association out there for us on Lapis Road, which we didn't get very far on Wes, but that's okay. But so they came in the beginning of around August 2017, and they said that the sheriffs came in and said that we couldn't be parking there no more, that they were going to start kicking us out. So they had to begin the enforcement of a no overnight parking and camping ordinance. And so in August, the county issued final notices to residents living in their vehicles along Lapis Road to vacate due to the public health and safety concerns, which became well established as a place for homeless individuals, leading to development of the safe parking program. It took 12 years of fighting. After we got evicted from Lapis, I went to Roberts Lake. We got kicked out. The mayor of the Seaside put us in Colonel Durham Street in Fort Ord, where we were there for another 2 years, and we had a top floor, top level, and a bottom level, and the bottom level was for the RVs. The top level was for people with cars and tents, and we had it going on. We had the trash. They were coming picking up our trash once a week. We had portable toilets out there for people that didn't have, an RV didn't have a toilet, no running water, whatever. But we kept it pretty cool out there. Then all of a sudden, the mayor said that we had to go because they were going to turn that all into a strip mall for CSUMB. So what did they do? They kick us back out onto the street that we came from. So then we go again. So then we went to, from there we went to safe parking in Marina by the water company. We were there for about 2 years, and they did the same thing. They kicked us out again. We had nowhere to go. So I wound up meeting Roxanne Wilson for the first time, and she's my hero, I have to say. She got me in Project Room Key at the Country Inn in Marina. So I was there for 2 years, and within that 2 years' time, there's 7 people that passed away there due to the neglect of the caseworkers not doing their jobs. And I now have a place I can call my home. If it wasn't for Roxanne, I probably would be dead due to the black mold in my RV. Today, I continue to help anybody in any way I can pay it forward.
Hi, everyone. Jason here. I want to talk about how we kind of built Camp Compassion. It was kind of during the perfect storm. It was right at the beginning of 2020. We had some protections with Martin versus Boise. The pandemic just hit. A few of us were camping at Lee Gerner Park in Novato, which is a public park right next to a public library downtown, very in-your-face kind of spot. And we were there for a couple months, a few of us, and then the city came in and said, hey, we're gonna close down the park, we're gonna refurbish it, rebuild it, whatever, bocce ball court, I don't even know. And they said, well, we'll give you a room for a week, and just to so you have somewhere to go. And so, me personally, I was like, well, if they're going to close the park anyways, I'll take the room. And what happened was a real bad accident happened where my dog was killed by another dog. That probably wouldn't have happened if I had my community, had been at my camp. And so my little chihuahua died, and I was so mad. I was on meth for a long time, like 10 to 15 years. I'd say it's closer to 15, but I like to say 10 sometimes. I tried it once for 10 years. No. So I was like 45 days off. I decided to quit because that was the longest I'd been able to camp anywhere. And I was able to have a little stability. So I was teetering on sobriety at that point, and so they didn't close the park. What they did was it was a creek that ran through it. There was a path, there was some dirt, and there was the creek. And so they wanted to protect the habitat. So basically what they did was they put a chain link fence all along the creek, but the park was still open. And I was so mad because I didn't even have to leave. And so I went and camped back there again. And in the meantime, it was during the pandemic, so they took the bathrooms away, the porta potties. So right around that time, I got Robbie Powelson kind of made himself known, came to the park, and we did a little gathering, a little call to action, and we decided that, the best thing you could do is fight for a bathroom. Fight for, if anything, when you establish a camp, you want to have a bathroom next to you, you want to have running water. I mean, those are things that you could fight for. This was before the grants passed, but I think these things still apply today. I know it's more of an uphill battle, but I think if you want to establish a camp, you want to be able to have a bathroom next to you, have running water, be close to a store, be close to a drugstore, transportation. So we were able to successfully fight for a bathroom. We wore sandwich signs, made cardboard sandwich signs, walked through the farmer's market, help us support, help us keep everybody safe, bring back the porta potties, wash stations, City of Nevada support our trash. And then we got, how we got trash service is we started doing a lot of stuff online with a Facebook group in Nevada. And so our camp was starting to grow. It was like over 10, 12 people at this point, maybe even more. And we only had one garbage can. And we were dumping it at the CVS dumpster, across the creek, on the other side of the creek. So we'd go on live video and say, city manager, city council, help us keep this camp clean. We do live video, and I said, I'm here illegally dumping my trash, our trash, into a CVS dumpster because we want to be able to keep our camp clean. We need some more garbage cans. And so we were able to, after a couple of those videos, we were able to get some garbage cans. And then we thought, hey, we need food, we need water, we need supplies. Let's get the community involved, because when so we did calls out on social media for help with support, and it was wonderful. People were coming in every day. Anthony was there several times, and they were coming by and dropping off stuff right when he was there. He was like, oh my God, And so when you get a community involved and help build up a camp, these people, they're donating their time, they're lending their hearts. And so when something bad happens, they're going to take an adverse action to your camp, they're pissed off about it. And then you get them, and they'll show up to city council meetings, and they'll help you fight. And so we were able to build this camp up for about a year. And then they changed the ordinance to try to, and this was in 2021, tried to, this is again before when Martin versus Boise was in effect. Cities were trying to get crafty with their creative writing and try to draft these ordinances that could, get around Martin versus Boise and under the guise of public safety or whatever. And so that's when Anthony came in. He was able to help us with a TRO. We got a TRO. Then we won a preliminary injunction. And then we went into settlement talks. And so, I don't know if you've ever seen Anthony Prince in settlement talks, but he'll steamroll you. He just is, he's a bulldog. He will wear you out. And he wore the city of Nevada out. He said they came in like a lion and they left like a lamb. I mean, we were able to get a 2-year agreement to extend the camp. They wanted to put up an 8-foot fence with mesh chain link fence. He's like, no, We want a nice wooden fence with lattice on top, you know? And so we were able to get that. We were able to get caseworkers in there. We were able to get street medicine to come in. We got porta potties. We had showers come in a couple times a week. We had outreach workers, trash service. And what else that he got in there, and I think he did that with the Camp Resolution as well, is like we did not want security in there. We felt intimidated with security. We did not want police doing homeless outreach because we felt intimidated when they have a gun on their hip. And so police could not come into our camp unless there was a legitimate crime. I mean, literally, it was almost like cop repellent. I mean, police would be all, is so-and-so in there? I'd be all, let me go check. You wait right here. And they would wait right outside the camp, and I'd come out and say, no, they're not here. You know, of course I'm not going to say they're there. But, and, you know, and what else he got in, he made it to where the city of Novato had to create a housing and homeless committee. And there had to be 2 union reps on the committee. I mean, he had that built into that settlement agreement. So we had union representation in a city advisory committee. And so, like, the camp, like I said, we had that camp. We occupied that park for 5 years until the settlement agreement expired late in the end of 2024. And so there was only about 6 of us left. We had to exit like April 19th. We didn't know where we were going to go. The city, again, since they had the green light because of Grants Pass, decided to criminalize homelessness. We didn't know where we were going to go. We did not want to wait until the day of the sweep. We didn't want to see us loading up with a U-Haul truck and then following us to wherever we were going to go. So we decided to circumvent that, and we took off a week early. Went on a Sunday, loaded up the U-Haul. We went to a camp that was next to another camp that was kind of grandfathered in because of an encampment resolution grant. We figured if we're on the other side of the creek and we're kind of close to them, maybe we can get away. But we were able to get our foot in the door, and our last 6 members are still there. So Camp Compassion still lives. But I just want to stress how important it is. I think today, in the landscape that it is, if you're going to establish a camp, go big, go large, go public, put a nice spot like here I am. We need these to survive. We need bathrooms to survive. We need water to survive. We need housing to survive. I mean, we don't have all these things. We need these things, and then you go public. You use the press. Like the media is so important. You know, sometimes, I mean, a good reporter does a balanced article, but at least you get your words in half of that article. And it could, like, if they're sweeping a camp or you don't have any injustice at all, use to your advantage. Go to the press, like, and call it out. Call out anything that is wrong in this in your situation. I can't stress how important that is. It's an uphill battle now with Grants Pass. But you know, at some point we're going to have to make a stand and to establish camps, and at least get into a position where you could do a pro se lawsuit, because pro se lawsuits, it instantly makes a city accountable. Now they have to answer. They have to answer for what they have to have answers. Like if, oh yeah, no, we got this to offer, that to offer. Do you really? I don't think you do. I mean, it makes them accountable. It costs them money. It makes them hurt in the wallet a little bit. And there's lots of things we could do right now, and I think we need to do them. But anyways.
I realize a lot of people have left, but we still have some powerful people left here. And I want to say power to the people And I want you to say that with me. Power to the people.
Power to the people.
We have some powerful people like that don't stop, like Anthony Prince. Power to Anthony Prince.
Power to Anthony Prince.
And like Wes White, he don't stop. Power to Wes White.
Power to Wes White.
And I just want to say that, I want to say that I love you all, and I thank you all for the work that you have done and that you are still doing. The work has not stopped. That's why so many of you powerful people are still left in the room. And because you know the work has not stopped and it needs to continue. We, with Anthony Prince and Wes White and a few others that Wes remembered their names, but he didn't remember mine. But anyway, we all started the Homeless Union here in Salinas together, and we were right here at Chinatown. And at Chinatown, we were determined for them to not misplace the homeless people. We walked the streets for months. We were considered, I don't know if you all remember that, but I wouldn't stop either. And I made sure we had a human wall when it came down to them, the cops trying to come in and shut Chinatown down. They tricked us and came in the back. Do you remember that human wall, Wes? So we made sure that we locked together and we blocked and not let them come in. And we continued to protect the people as much as we could. I'm sure you probably can read about the human wall, but that's important because it made an impact on our city and let our city know that we weren't going to stop. The power of the people have to come together and not stop. They have to keep moving together and marching forward with the same goal in mind. And so they got in there from back at the Chinatown. But what we did is we formed a camp in front of the police department. Remember that? We did that for 5 months, and it started off with people that won't stop, and we're going to keep going. People will continue to go and fight for the homeless and continue to pass the baton for others to fight for the homeless and continue to make a stand. But we camped out in front of the city hall until they put an injunction in, and the city did an ordinance. But we camped out there determined to make sure people got housed and make sure people got help. And as a result of that injunction, there was me and my sister started with the Homeless Union, and me and her and Wes were left at that camp at the end of the 5 months. But we hung in there until the very end, saying that, we are going to occupy this place and you're not going to take this from us. But we made a difference because we made them work in this community. They had to go to work, look at the buildings and stuff that they end up putting up, and they knew that we weren't going to stop. And so we ended up over here at the Roberts Lake. A lot of people came from here in Salinas, and in Seaside, we were at Roberts Lake. And I had getting ready to call Anthony Prince. Let's do a lawsuit. Let's stop them from doing what they're doing to these people. And I did call, and I talked to him. But my group is called Pause the Cause, and Pause the Cause showed up to the call. And I stayed there some nights at the Roberts Lake most of the time, but I was pretty much all over Seaside. I worked, pretty much as a homeless advocate to help. And we pulled in teams of people in my team from Pause the Cause, because, why call the cops to criminalize poor people or criminalize homeless people? We wanted to step in and block and stop that. And they recognized us, and they made offers that people could not refuse. I mean, I was ready to, do the lawsuit there to stop them from coming in, but everybody had gotten pretty much what they wanted, kind of. We were going to the church up on the hill in Seaside. So we ended up, the camp was moved to the church. A young lady here talked about it. She was a part of it. We had the bottom and the top. But the biggest thing about that is that all the offers, at that time the table was spreaded and the feast was going on. They wanted to offer us some of everything to move from Roberts Lake. And we were determined not to move, but there were so many offers. They were even going to tow the campers The city of Seaside told all the campers to get us up there to the church. They did everything they could. They offered, like, picking up garbage. They offered a bathroom. They built it. They offered running water. They fixed it. What wasn't there, they made it be there. And they said it's going to be there for a year, but they allowed it to go past that year to 2 years. And, you know, we did a lot of fight. The fight's not over. The fight's not over. There's still homeless people, and there's still people that need our help. There's still people that need our support. And guess what? The power of the people won't stop. Let me hear you say that. The power of the people won't stop because we won't stay. Right, because we won't stop. Let's do it again. The power of the people won't stop. The power of the people won't stop because you won't stop. No one can stop you if you have the heart to make sure people are cared for, to make sure homeless people have dignity and respect. They can't stop you, no matter what. We're standing up against the cops here in Chinatown making a human wall. They could have shot us down, but we wouldn't stop. It was power and people, and we stood for our ground, and that's what we could continue to do, is stand our ground and be more powerful than ever before, working for the homeless people and believing that things are going to change. Now, they made sure they came in there at the camp from Roberts Lake. The Roberts Lake encampment moved to the church. They made sure they came in there, and they housed so many people. And I don't know if anybody's here other than this young lady, anybody here today from the Roberts camp, the Roberts Lake camp that moved to the church? Well, a lot of those people, I can tell you, were housed. So we made a difference. The fight is recognized. You may not see the rumbling underneath. You may not see the ground breaking open, but the fight is recognized. And stick with the fight and the power of the people.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to add, you know, when she talked about people getting housed because of the fight, our Camp Compassion, you know, our fight did, you know, come to fruition. We did get 40 people housed out of that camp, including myself. So that was, those are the fights we're fighting for, and that's what we need to do every day.
I forgot an important union camp was the benchlands. And so there was going to be the holiday eviction of Camp Freedom that was in San Lorenzo Park, and we physically blocked the police, and Alicia was able to get a TRO filed, and eventually we negotiated and had people move to from the top of the park to what's called the benchlands. And when the last census we did of the benchlands was 400 people, and that camp had all kinds of there was a sort of an informal daycare center there for a while. There was a pantry there. There was a restaurant. For over 2 years we kept that together, and Food Not Bombs brought a pallet of food every single week to distribute to both the pantry and the kitchen. I went to a second harvest. After COVID, they finally had their first second harvest meeting or celebration, and I went to it. And the person responsible for evicting the benchlands in a very violent, vicious campaign where they destroyed lots of. There was like vegetable gardens there. There was art displays there. It was an amazing community of people, and it was really working. It wouldn't necessarily work forever because it was also a floodplain. Once it starts raining, people would be like ultimately up to their knees in mud possibly. So, but there was there was supposed to be, according to our negotiations with the city through the courts, a organized way of people being moved from the camp to some place to be. The city just reneged on that. They hired a really vicious person by the city, Jeremy Leonard, to harass the people living in the camp, and he sort of became the city's manager of the camp. There was an effort to actually get a petition drive to have him fired because he was so unbelievably. He's still involved in he's the gatekeeper now for people getting into shelters and not. So anyway, but that was this amazingly beautiful 2 years of that camp was just incredible, and the union did it.
How about now? There you go. I just want to give a shout out to everybody over at Freedom. Anthony, I went over to their camp before coming here. And I was just super impressed with your camp and how you have just the community, the vibe, just very impressed. So I just wanted to encourage anybody, and I don't know if it's so much of a question, but more that I just want to elevate what you all are doing right now, and having your camp so well organized. And I know that there's a nuisance abatement coming to try and, probably remove you guys in the next few months. And I know you guys want to, elevate that. And people here around here who are local should be supporting you, because all of us, even across the state, I think all of us, we should be supporting you and all that you're doing. So I just wanted to elevate that. I don't know if there's a way that we can support you right now that you want to put in, or I just want to say that.
Well, I just want to say that what Miriam's description of what took place in the Battle of Chinatown and thereafter was absolutely stunning, just to sit here and listen to it. And I remember at the time, of course, we had, not only did we stop them that day, but we had a roving picket line, if you remember. They would come down one street, and so we'd move a section of that picket line. Remember that? We'd block them over there at the end of the is the Selma, Alabama of 2016. That's what we said. And I'll tell you something, 10 years later, that's more true now than it was then. You're listening to this, listening to the recount, and seeing it within this perspective. And we turned them back with that human wall. But they came back the next morning before dawn. Before dawn, and set up. There's going to be 100 more people coming out here the next day. But what did we learn? We learned that we beat them for one day. So they can never say we can't. It's going to take the kind of organization, it takes the power, it takes the persistence that we're talking about here. But I have to say that we need to write a comprehensive history of the battle in Salinas. You know what I'm trying to say? It really, every lesson, all the lessons we're sharing, and the new lessons we're
All right. My question is, who thinks Wes is amazing? Wes. So that was my way to get the microphone, because I'm kind of a rule breaker, and this isn't really a question. This is mostly a statement about, nice to meet you in person, Mr. Prince. Amazing work you've done for many years. My name is Andrew Sandoval, and I'm a city council member for the city of Salinas. And I want to just take this moment to recognize Wes. To be honest, if it wasn't for Wes, In his time, I probably would not be in government or trying to fight the battles that I'm fighting now. So I want to recognize Wes for coming alongside me. Yes. Wes doesn't always take the recognition, but he's awesome. But I do want to share one thing, and what I'm going to share is one of my failures now being in office. And that is that we were almost successful in bringing a sanctioned encampment to the city of Salinas. There was a staff report. It was going to come on the agenda. And then all of a sudden, it was taken away from us. And I told Wes, we finally got it. I have the documented proof. It's on the agenda. And this was 2023, I believe. And I said, Wes, it's coming, October 2023. We got it. I had the future agenda item list. We had it. All of a sudden, it got pulled from the city council agenda. I've been trying to get it back over and over, because at the end of the day, you all know the numbers. The city of Salinas wastes over, I would say, $1.4 million doing sweeps and cleaning up stuff and ruining people's lives instead of finding solutions. So my ask of all of you is that you push the city of Salinas to get that agendized again. Otherwise, yes. I'm only one council member. It only takes two, in theory, and Councilmember Barrera stood by me to request this agenda item. And the way that governance works in the city of Salinas can be a whole nother conversation. Apparently, the city council can bring a censure against me in 1 month, but a sanctioned encampment that may change people's lives may take 2 years. That's ridiculous. So I just want to tell you all that I could use your support to bring that forward again for a real discussion before the city council. Despite being in the minority, I'm not concerned with that, because people are waking up, and the things that you guys have done collectively is amazing, and I know that we can continue to make change. So big props to Wes, and that's my ask, is that you help with that. Thank you.
All right. No questions? No question? Oh, okay.
Hey, you know, when Miriam was talking about the flagpole, we did that for 6 months. We started out with maybe 5 people, and we proliferated. We included family and children and pets, and nobody was dealing with that. It was basically men on one side and women on the other, and no families, no pets, and we changed that. Actually, we had a couple people didn't speak a lick of English, but they still hung out with us. You know, whole entire families. And you know, like we had food every night. We were just taking care. I actually had everything in my van, and I would you know, load it up, a tent, a sleeping bag, and a pillow, you know, or a blanket, and you know, so that went from, like I said, 5 to 80, and you know, I could hardly even see the side view mirror, but because I had a big old van, and it was stuffed. But you know, anything for the people, and that's always been the way it's been, and we created new programs from that. So you know, I mean, power of the people is where it's at.
All right, so when it was like 10:15, some of you guys were here, some of you weren't. This room was full about 10:15, so we had, you know, seats all full, right? And I stood up here before I said my speech, and I was like, "Okay, we're gonna chant, right?" And when I did that, I said, in the middle of the chant, I said, I want Sacramento to hear it. Sacramento's 3 hours away. Okay, so we're gonna chant again. This time, we want Philly to hear it, all the way to Philly. So I'm gonna say, too much, too much cold, too much heat. You guys are gonna say, no more death on the street. Ready? Too much cold, too much heat. No more death on the street. Too much cold, too much heat. No more death on the street. I think we're kind of like in the middle of the nation. All right, Philly, guys, Philly. Too much cold, too much heat. No more death on the street. Too much cold, too much heat. No more death on the street. Too much cold, too much heat. No more death on the street. All right. All unhoused people need housing, right? What do we want? Housing. Come on, guys. I can hear you guys when y'all are. Yeah. What do we want? Housing. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? When do we want it? All right. Okay. Let's try one more time. Let's head to our brothers and sisters in Africa, okay? Let's get it. What do we want? Housing. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Housing. When do we want it? Now. The people united. We'll never be divided. There you go. The people united. We'll never be divided. The people united. We'll never be divided. The people united. We'll never be divided. What do we want? Housing. When do we want it? Now. Too much cold, too much heat. No more death on our streets. Too much cold, too much heat. No more death on the streets. Awesome. I'm going to hand it over to, thank you. What said you next? Or you?
I guess we're pretty well done with the panel, and thank you so much for coming. We're going to let Pauline, yeah, there you go. Sorry. Awesome. Thank you, Pauline, for coming. You're amazing.
Oh, this is I'm very energizing. I'm really energized with what everyone said today. So we're going to sing a song all together by my friend Arne Batson. I'm thinking about what Louis said about imagination. And so the song was inspired by the words of Fannie Lou Hamer. No one's free until everybody's free. And it's actually a song in 2 parts. Do we think we're ready? We're going to do a song in 2 different parts? Yeah, we're going to sing to one another? Okay. So I'm gonna teach both parts, then we're gonna we're gonna try it out. Goes like this. None of us are free. Try that. None of us are free. Try that again. None of us are free. None of us are free. Cool, that's the first part of the first part. It goes, none of us are free until all of us are free. None of us are free until all of us are free. None of us are free until all of us are free. Keep it going. None of us are free until all of us are free. None of us are free until all of us are free. Keep it going. You got it. Keep it going. You got it. None of us. Is there anything else?
No. I mean, Yeah, I guess I kind of said goodbye too early. But, you know, Rita had to go home, and Chaco had to go home. But those are our three, myself included, is our three board members. And, I mean, we're just so happy to see so many people show up. So many more people wanted to show up and could not. So even just, I mean, I think we had almost 150 people in the room today, which was amazing. So much love, so much support. Keep it up. You know, stay strong and keep up the fight. We're going to get it. This is the year, man. Establish camps all the way.